I am Richard Prostowski, an interviewer for the Holocaust Oral History Project of the Orange County Anti-Defamation League. Today, August 21st, 1994, we are interviewing Jack Pariser, a survivor of the Holocaust. Jack, thank you very much for giving testimony, a very precious gift to all of us and future generations. Jack, I want to start just for some information for the record. Would you please tell us your full name?
My current full name is Jack J. Pariser. And during my lifetime, I believe I had three names. The first one was in Poland, where I was known as Jakub Pariser. And then as I migrated to Germany and subsequently when we came out of Germany to the United States, I was Jacob or Jack Pariser. And then I had lots of grief with that, so I changed it to Jack Pariser. My family doesn't approve it. They still are Parisers, and I'm a Pariser.
Okay, so for the record, Jack, who are you?
I'm Jack Pariser. And by the way, to prove that I am genuine, Social Security asked me to supply them a proof, which is my birth certificate in Polish, if I could only read it, Pariser Jacob, or Jakub, and date of birth, which they had to make sure because they would send me an extra check or something. So,
okay. Let's go through this a little bit at a time then, since you're already into that part of the history. Could you tell us where and when you were born?
Yes, I was born in a small shtetl village, it's somewhere between those two, in Jodłowa, Poland. And I will zero you in just a little bit as to what Jodłowa is, what it looked like, what our house looked like, not from pictures but from diagram, because I have no pictures of pre-war items.
Could you spell the name of the town as it would be spelled in English?
In English and in Polish, by the way, it would have been spelled Jodłowa, except in Polish the L has got a crooked line across it, which makes it a O.
Okay, and Jack, could you tell us what the nearest, say, large town or city would be to your hometown?
The nearest towns would be Krakow, and Tarnów.
Okay. Okay, let's get into some of the material from pre-Holocaust, life before the Holocaust. In particular, I'd like to start by asking you about family life, childhood memories and the like prior to the Holocaust. So maybe if you can just give us some general background about what you remember.
I would like to tell you first that I have a vivid memory of some things as a child. I have vivid memory of times that I spent with my dad, vivid memories of going to shul, what was afterwards, and stuff of that sort, what I played with, what toys looked like, what the house looked like, and so on. But I would like to start out first and to introduce you to my family members as they were prior to the war, you know, my pre-war family. And from current pictures, and these are pictures from my wedding, which was in 1953. So to start with, on the left, on the right side here, is my mother. She has survived with me. Then my father, who also had been with me during the war. Myself in here, and my sister. All four of us left home at the time when we found out that there's going to be a Holocaust, or murdering of the people in our village, and all four came back, which I believe, don't have any actual statistics, it's a 1 in million event of a family having left and a family having come back. Two other people in here I want to introduce, or three, which, because they're on the picture, we might as well talk about it. This is my sister's husband. They married in Poland, and his name was Chotsky. He was a teacher. He died of cancer, and my sister since remarried. This is my wife, Leah, and this is my niece, who was going to be the flower girl, very tired, who gave up. So, now, in addition to my parents and my sister that we lived, there were several other members of my family living in the same town, and also one grandfather that lived in our house. My two grandparents had not survived. In fact, the only other survivor, I shouldn't say that, only two other survivors that I know of from the war are two cousins. One, a distant cousin, that's Dr. Martin List, and we had interviewed him here before. And the story with Martin List is quite involved, and we had stayed in his house after the war, as I will come through later and tell you why. We spent a great deal of time together, and we are very good friends at this time. This other greatest picture is a picture of me, which is the earliest picture that I know of anybody having taken of me, or perhaps on record. So this is what I looked in 1946, and it was taken in Bittum, or German Beuthen, which is part of Germany that the Poles inherited. So it would have been East Germany that the Poles inherited, and we lived there after the war. So now, in addition to this, I have another cousin. Oh, I had another cousin. I really do not know where he is. His name was Parasite, just like mine. He studied in university in eastern Poland, and was therefore under the Russian occupation. And he survived in Russia. He came back after the war to see us. At that time, he had a different name. I believe the name at that point was Olshinsky. And he decided that he was going to give up all the past history of Judaism and such, and he stayed in Poland. And we, at that point, severed communication. He didn't want to be known that he has Jewish relatives. And I had no idea what happens to him since.
When did that happen?
When we saw him? In 1945, shortly after the liberation, in Pilsner. And he decided to chuck it all in.
And what did you feel about that?
Well, I was a young person at that point, and I didn't have any worries. I liked him a lot as a person. In fact, I believe a good deal of the reason why I'm an engineer, besides not being able to get into med school and law school, is that my cousin was an engineer, and I liked him a lot, so I followed his footsteps. So I was, at that point, and to a great extent still now, not a very feeling person. You know, I believe, one of the skills a survivor had to develop is cut down on feelings. And this was so very shortly after the war that I have not relearned feelings.
Now, we're obviously ahead in the chronology, but that's okay. We'll go back and forth as we need to. But I want to clarify something here. Now, your cousin renounced Judaism, according to you.
Correct.
And how did you feel as a Jew when he did that?
That was perfectly okay with me, because, as I will tell you later, or at this point, I was not very proud after the war, or even before the war, that I was a Jew. I was quite ashamed of being a Jew and tried to hide it as much as I could. Being Jewish was no picnic in Poland. I had been beaten up in school ground for no other reason that I was a Jew. Poland per se, and my village is no exception, was quite anti-Semitic. So happened that my father was known as a good Jew. I do not know if you know what is meant by this term. But the Poles had the distinction between Jews and good Jews. Jews in general were cheats and liars, and they exploited the non-Jewish population. In fact, I have a book which says basically your lover, its past, and its present. And in it there is a chapter on the Holocaust. And they describe the Jews. And I don't know when you want to talk about it, but if you want to talk about it now, we can. They make the point that Jews sold to they call them, what's the English word for landowner? They sold to the landowners on credit. Jews, because they knew how to read and write, kept meticulous records as what was owed them. The peasants or the landowners kept on paying and paying and paying, and never the amount diminished. Finally, they took him to court, and because the Jews had the records and the peasants did not, they invariably won. And so they threw the peasants off the land, and the peasants became poor and the Jews became rich. Which, to my recollection, I was a kid at that point in the 9, 10 years old, and perhaps I didn't know any of this. But I would have heard my father talk or my relatives talk. I knew nothing of that. I don't think it really happened. But that's what the book says about the Jews.
So you didn't know this story when you were a child. You knew this story afterwards, having come upon the book?
That's correct. I knew that Jews were hated. I knew that at Easter time, I better stay away from the vicinity of the church, because the blood libel story was going around. You know, the story that Jews captured Christian children for the use of matzah. Now, to me, it is such an absurd accusation that anybody who has any brains, anybody who knows anything about Judaism, couldn't possibly make. You know, I go to a restaurant today and I order steak, and it better be well done. Not because I don't like it rare, because I remember thou shalt not eat blood. And it's sort of, no matter how irreligious I am, that message comes back. And to think that Jews for Passover would mix blood and eat it is just, and human blood, not just animal blood, is totally ridiculous.
Jack, I want to return to a couple of things in a moment, just a moment. But I want to, since you're on to the blood libel story, I want to go with this just for one more second here.
Sure.
For the record, did you hear this story when you were a child? I know you said you were told to stay away from certain places, but did you hear this from any of the Christians in your community?
I don't recall hearing it from the Christians in my community, but I know that as a child I knew it. It is not that I acquired this knowledge as an adult. I knew that as a child. I knew that when I was going to school. And by the way, I stopped going to school at the age of 9. The Germans came in. All the Jews, and myself included, stopped going to school. So I'm saying this to give reference to the early age that I knew this.
Okay.
Now, did my father tell me this? Did I hear somebody say that? I really don't know at this point. But I know that I knew this as a child.
Okay. Okay, let's go back to some other matters here. Whenever you feel right going back to the book, by the way, let's get back to that. Family names. Could you go through and tell us about your family, their names, who they were,
Sure.
what happened, etc.?
Okay. My father's name was Abraham. My mother's name was Sarah. And I believe she was called in Poland Sarah. And in the United States she was called Sally. My sister's name was Rachel. So we were all a biblical name, family. My grandfather's name on my mother's side was Isaac, or Yitzchak, and he lived with us in the same house. And my other grandfather's name, that was a partner with my dad, was Labish. my paternal grandfather was a learned man, lived close to the synagogue, had a seat at the Easter wall. You know, if you know Fiddler, that's a big deal. And he really was highly respected as a person of knowledge. Now, my other relatives that did not survive include all uncles and aunts that lived in Poland. And I believe there were about 6 or 7 of those, and their children. Many of them that I really love dearly. As I said, the only one who survived is Dr. List, and perhaps, well, I know he survived, which is my other cousin, and I don't remember what his first name was.
The other relatives, how did they die?
Well, my grandfather died from a heart attack. And let me come to that later and tell you how he died. Because it's part of he died of a heart attack, but I believe that he died because he was beaten severely, and it was the aftermath of that. And my other grandfather died of natural causes, although he also was beaten, but not as severely. And the other relatives, I believe, died in concentration camps, wherever they were sent to. I have no idea when. You know, many of them were in Tarnów, Mielec, and Przemyśl, and whenever those cities were liquidated, they were caught in the liquidation, and none of them have returned.
Okay. Jack, let's get to some of these pictures you've had up here.
Okay.
If you could go through these and tell us about what we see.
Okay, I would like to do some further introductions, if I may. My father, Abraham Pariser, and the reason I have him here because this set of pictures is the pictures of my rescuers. And I consider my father as my number one rescuer. These people here are the Schwerzers, and the middle gentleman is Leon, and I'll be talking a lot about him because he is really responsible for our life. The gentleman here is his oldest son, Kazik, and his picture is also here, and he's shown here with me in Beuthen that he came to visit. This is his youngest son, Staszek, and he also had 2 daughters. One was Czeska, or Czesława, who is crippled. For some reason, they don't show pictures of daughters. And the youngest daughter, which was Marisha. This guy was very involved in our survival. The bottom picture are the Perenskis. And his name is Andrei. And what is her name? I don't recall her name at the moment. Adela. Now, Andrei used to be a worker of my father's. He used to work for my father. And the story is that he stole enough lumber from him to build this house, and my father knew it, and he didn't prosecute. And I do not know if that was the reason, or whatever the reason is. He was good enough to take us in, while others wouldn't. So these are the people, basically, that have rescued are responsible for the lives of our families, plus some others, by the way, as I will mention to you later on. There were several other Christians who had given us bread, because these people were extremely poor. They could not feed us. They could hide us, but they could not feed us. So we had to bring bread in for us and for them. And there were the Schwerzers who gave us bread. There was a lady, a widow, whose name was Patsanka. She gave us bread. There was another guy whose name I don't remember. He was the mayor of the city, who gave us bread for a while, and then we thought he turned flaky, and we didn't go back to him anymore. And there are other people that I call righteous Christians, and if you know the term about righteous Christians or Christian rescuers, there's at least one more, and he was the policeman who told us of the extermination next day. So, but these are the people, the Schwertzek and the Porenskis, that risked their lives a great deal, as did the others. They all risked their lives, but these constantly risked their lives. And I will talk more about it as how it was and how we stayed there and what they did.
Yeah, I want to stay with this one moment, if I can. You mentioned earlier that you left home when you found out that there would be a Holocaust. Now, is that, I was going to ask you how you found out. Was that how the policeman came in?
That's correct. And I will tell you that story in a little bit more detail, and also as to how I felt when I found out, because I remember it quite vividly. Picture of me in Germany after the war. When I was going to school in Munich, I used to come home for weekends. There was a photographer by the name of Feldman, and he just loved to take pictures of me. So every time I come home, he was taking pictures of me, and he showed me how to do development and how to take photographs. And he's by and large responsible for my hobby at one time being photography.
Okay.
Notice the contrast. There was lots of hair then and not that much now.
Still a good-looking guy, Jack.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. By the way, in talking, you mentioned this flaky guy. Could you expand upon that a little bit?
Yes. When we went to get food, perhaps it's the time to go into this now, we had to be very, very careful. First of all, you must not get lost, because there was nobody that you could ask for directions. And my father was the best hound and always knew which way to go. I only know one time that he got lost, and I'll mention to you later on when that was. So it was always my father and my sister, or my father and I, that went to get food. For some reason, this time my sister was sent out to get food, and she went to this guy who was the mayor of the town. And she perceived that there was an ambush. Whether there was or not, I have no idea. But she did not go in, and she did not get the food, and she came back. Now, the rule was, if you suspect, you do not try, because you don't have another chance. So from that point, we cut him off as a source of supply. And when we went to get food, we never walked on a road. We always walked off-road, hugging bushes. So if you saw somebody coming anywhere in the vicinity, you just tucked into the bushes, and hopefully they didn't see you. Because the danger was that if somebody did see you, they would simply denounce you or just turn you in, as was the case, I will tell you later on. So caution was the primary modus operandi. No one, including Schwertzek, that we had trusted most of anybody, knew when we were coming, nor the day nor the time. And we scattered the time and scattered the days when we went to get food. And my father normally went up to the window. He had this code knock, and they came out and gave us the food, and we took off and went. So that's the way we operated.
Just for the record, before we move to the next picture, the flaky guy incident with your sister, I think you said. When was that? What year was that?
That was fairly early on. I would imagine would have been 42, 43, somewhere in the vicinity. I do not know exactly the year where it happened. I know the season. I know approximately by events as what it was. But most things happened to us in 42, 43. After that, it was fairly clear sailing.
Okay. Now, I think we have a map here. You can point
Okay.
out some things for us.
So, in order to reference us where we were, as we mentioned, Yadlova is about here. Tarnów is over here, and Krakow is over here. Now, everybody knows Krakow for any number of reasons, because the Pope comes from there, and it's close to Auschwitz, and it's also a beautiful town that was not destroyed during the war. Krakow, I think, is a lovely town. And there's, of course, Warsaw, and there is the famous corridor that, by the wisdom of the international people, they gave to Poland. And when Hitler came to power, he didn't like that, so he wanted the corridor back. Now, I specifically remember the propaganda that was going on in Poland, and I ought to digress and tell you for a moment that as a child, I remember that before the war, somewhere around, perhaps it was early 39 or late 38, we were required to beautify our houses and streets for the good friends, visitors, the Germans, because we had a non-aggression pact or friendship pact with them, or whatever the heck the pact was. But we had to make sure that we were attractive to them. And then when Hitler demanded the corridor, I remembered loudspeaker, because we didn't have any radio, blaring that we will not give the Germans a button of our uniform, no less an inch of our soil. And within just a few days, the Germans were there.
Okay. Jack, I want to get into, we have a lot of, you've whet a lot of appetites, as it were, with some of these stories we're going to get back to. I want to get into some ideas about what daily life was in your community before the Holocaust, what Jewish life was, what your family life was.
Okay.
Maybe you can pick up any of those that...
All right, let me, for a long time I was very frustrated because I could never show, except by the dot on the gross map, as where I lived, unless I bought a military map. Then, as I showed you the previous book about Yadlova that was sent to me by the people who saved us in the Schwerzers, I received another book recently, which is called Jostek and Its Surroundings. Now, this book has a map, finally, that shows Yadlova. And I basically Xeroxed this map, which is on the easel. So let me take you through this map, and we need to actually retain this picture because I will be getting back to this map several times because that was where we operated. So in here is Yadlova. The arrow in here shows towards Pilsno, which is where my cousin Martin lived, Dr. List. And in here is Prieczyce. That's where we were hiding the longest. About this area is where the mass grave is, where 160 of my village Jews lie dead. And in here is a town, Skurova or something like that. That's where we were betrayed and taken to the police. They were going to take us to Jasło, which is down here, to be executed. And obviously, by my telling you the story, they have not succeeded. This is the Wisłoka River. We were on this side of the river. And in the 1944 Russian offensive, the June offensive, which stopped at Warsaw, the Russians were coming from this side and stopped at the Wisłoka River. We were here, they were on this side, and sat there for 6 months. And life sure changed when that happened. And I will go back and tell you in more detail as what was happening in there. But that's basically the area. It was hilly. It was quite wooded. We were hiding in these woods. My grandfather had, and my parents had both land and woods in the, as part of their property. And now let me tell you about life in Poland. Could I go to the next? Because there's a number of things I need to tell you about, which would be easier. Now, Jelovar was a very small shtetl city, and it had a road. It basically was a crossroad that came in from Pilsner, which was in here, and I don't know where it went on here. The layout of this town was, the church was in here, and I'm telling you because all of these are significant. The school I went to was just about in this area. Next to us lived the Kalbs, which, by the way, is my mother's maiden name, but I do not know that she was closely related. This was our house, including its garden and stable and so on. At the end of our house, there was a river, a small river, where I used to play and fish and dam the river and swim in. Dirty as you wouldn't imagine. They would condemn it today. On the other side of the river, of the street, I don't remember who this was, but this house was the house of Kanarek, where my girlfriend lived, and he was also a competitor, and I'll tell you in a minute. Up on the hill was the synagogue or the shul, the rabbi's house, my grandfather's house, and there was a pond at the other end of the marketplace square, which is significant, I'll tell you in a minute, and then the police. This book, if I can find it for just a sec, talks about that in Jelovar there were three fabric stores. One was a guy by the name of Moshek, Pariser, and Kanarek. So those are the three merchants of fabric merchants. So the way my parents earned their living is my father was a lumber merchant and also periodically helped my mom, but not very often because he was too busy in the woods. And he was buying standing timber, sending it off to the sawmill, and selling processed wood or fabricated wood wholesale to lumber yards, basically. And my mom operated the fabric store. We were fairly unbusy except for market day, which I don't remember what day it was, but once a week there was market day. And I should tell you that the shul was a little shul. It had a typical bima in the middle, as you can see in many conservative shuls still today, especially in Europe. There were assigned seats. You did not have the liberty to sit any place. It had a side room where you did the studying, and it had one room which was the cheder room that I went to. And I remember my teacher in the cheder was a little scrawny, bearded, young Hasidic Jew that was trying to teach me Kumetz Aleph, and if I didn't pay attention, I got rapped on the knuckles, which he had a long switch. He could reach any place on the table. He could kill a fly with that thing. And I remember that we were a religious town. The rabbi had a great deal of power. When you were invited to the rabbi for Shabbat, it was the biggest honor that would happen to you. I don't think my father was ever invited. He was not considered too religious. My grandfather had no problem on that score. And generally, as I was told, because I was never invited either, the rabbi was doling out scraps because food for Shabbat, which was generally chicken, the story went that there was chicken to eat if either one of you was sick. Either the chicken or you were sick, you got. But we were basically a fairly poor community with the exception of a few people. Now, my father was considered as a rich person in the area. And we had a house with a fine tin roof, like Fiddler had. The house was a Lincoln log house, and dressed inside and outside with mud and whitewash. We had no plumbing. We had no electricity. We had no running water. To get water, you had to go to the well. And if you needed to go to the bathroom, you went to the outhouse. So let me describe to you the house in more detail. This is the rich man's house. By comparison to the United States, I don't think the homeless would like to live in. So we had the store that sort of faced the marketplace, if you recall. And in the store, my grandfather slept. I remember that this wall was loaded with fabrics, and there was a long cutting counter, and my mom helped people like a great deal. Then we had a kitchen, and the table where we ate was in here, and this was basically the center of activity. We had a cooking and baking stove, which was fairly large, and it was a tile stove. It was used for both cooking and heating the kitchen and baking. And I remember that we baked breads. They were at least 16 inches in diameter, and we baked once a week or once every 2 weeks. And invariably, when it came Thursday, obviously we baked on Friday for Shabbat because we had to bake challah and all this other stuff. Invariably on Thursday we were out of bread. So the modus operandi was that my mother would rip off pieces of dough and flatten it into what they call platzel, flat, thick matzahs, if you like. And she baked this at the fire when the bread was warming, and we put tons of butter on it, and it was great stuff. And I just looked through the siddur, and I noticed there is a blessing for ripping off dough from the rest of the dough. I wonder if my mother ever said it. So, and then at the end we had the bedroom, and my parents had a double bed. I remember that I was frequently in the wintertime, I had the job to warm up the bed for my mom because she always was cold, and so I was I was going to use a word, but I'm not going to. I was the one to warm up the bed. My sister slept in the corner in here, and myself had a little bed at the foot of their bed. And so all of four of us slept in the one bedroom. It had a warming stove, again out of tile. The walls were painted with sort of a cloud type, not just plain only paint, there was design on them. And we had a wardrobe that was used mostly for clothing. But what I remember about this wardrobe, that it had a drawer on the bottom. And in this drawer, my father had Hebrew books. And he was teaching me Hebrew from those books. He was a Zionist. He constantly told me about Jabotinsky, what a great man he was. And I don't know what his purpose was on teaching me Hebrew. I guess maybe one day he was hoping I would go to Israel. I really don't know. He never said. And we had a stable. We had 2 cows and dogs and cats and chickens and all the stuff that you normally have. We had a garden and orchard in here. And I must tell you that I spent many, many hours weeding in this garden. And my father was so crazy about having every inch useful that you could not walk with your feet side by side. You had to walk one in front of the other. The path was so narrow between carrots and onions or whatever it was. He was able to produce his own seeds. He was able to cure the trees that got frozen because it was very cold where we were. And my job was to basically help him with the house chores. And at the age of 9 or so, I could stand all day on the other end of the saw and cut wood. And take the cows to pasture and all that sort of stuff in addition to going to school. So that was my life. And I went to public school as well as to Cheder. In public school for the first 2 years, I remember that I was an excellent student, and something happened on the third that I didn't do so well. And then I was forbidden to go to school in 1939 when the Germans came in.
What happened in the third year?
I really don't know. Maybe that's when my dyslexia set in. I have no idea.
You have dyslexia?
Mm-hmm.
What year was that? Third year?
38.
Okay. Jack, earlier, we're moving along in the story here. You mentioned in passing various things about relations between Jews and Christians. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the pre-war, what you remember about the pre-war relationships between Jews and Christians, specifically the anti-Semitism, as well as getting along.
Well, I was aware of the anti-Semitism primarily through school. My father had the business, and I remember tagging along side of him. You know, he had to go out and measure the timber that was going through from the woods to the sawmill. And he had basically large calipers and a tape. And he had a little book that he looked up what the cubic meters of the timber was. And I carried the book for him, or I looked up the number, or whatever it was. And he was considered by the villagers as being a very forthright, upright, I was going to say righteous, but that's not the proper phrase in here, person. For example, you know, last week's parasha was talking about that you shall not withhold wages of a person that works for you overnight. Now, I remember that my father paid his people that were delivering the wood, which were horse and wagon people, every night. And on Shabbat, they delivered the wood, and my father didn't measure it at that point. But there was a lineup on Saturday night by all these guys who delivered the wood to get paid, because my father wasn't going to pay them on Shabbat, but he wasn't going to hold their wages. So, and he was basically known, as did my mom, as having been not the story of the Jew that I was telling you, that they did not cheat, and they were. And I remember that as a family, we were a charitable family. It was seldom, if ever, that we went to shul and didn't come back with somebody for dinner or lunch, that we didn't have somebody eat with us. We had, you know, plenty of milk and cheese and stuff, and we just spread it out among other people who didn't have it, especially during the war, which we were able to retain the farm. We were not able to retain any of the business. Retain any of the business. But we could continue to farm.
These people that you brought into your house, were they always Jews?
Yes, they were always Jews, and they were generally travelers or poor people. I remember that there was a family that was considered as riffraff. And I don't know what the occasion was. There was a party for me. And my parents would not invite that riffraff kid. So he got so angry that he threw a stone through the store window. And a piece of glass hit me in the cheek. And I remember those little stories. Now, I should tell you about Leo, the relationship between Leo. Leo was in the army with my father in World War I. By the way, my father did like most other Jews did. He tried to stay out, so he tied ropes around his legs to get varicose veins. And he got varicose veins, but no absolution from the army. He served. And he was in the army with Leo, and apparently they became friends there. I don't know when Leo's wife died. That's Leo Schwerzig. But apparently, according to his children, my mom took care of their sisters. She advised them what to do, how to make their dresses, and basically sort of act as a surrogate mom. So we had a good relationship with him. The guy that I was telling you that was working for my father, which, by the way, was just an entirely different way to do things, to saw wood, which is so primitive by our standards that it would take too long to describe. But all his workers were just got nothing but the highest regard. And my grandfather, was more behind the scenes in the business, and he was studying Torah a lot. Now, after the war, after the Germans came in, I didn't go to Cheder and I didn't go to school. My grandfather was teaching me basically Torah. And I had gotten occasional lessons from a professor that was resettled from Lodz to, which, by the way, he's mentioned in that book. So he gave me occasional lessons, but nothing that you would call was going to school.
Let's pursue school a moment. I believe you mentioned earlier that the anti-Semitism you encountered was primarily in school.
That's correct.
Can you elaborate upon that, especially any incidents in particular that are significant in your mind?
Well, I remember, first of all, the schoolyard was sort of drab and no grass and not a fun place to be. I also remember that most of the time I was isolated. And despite all that, I really don't know why I was isolated, but I knew that my place was off to the corner. And despite all that, I was beaten occasionally. I should tell you an anecdote about school. The school also bordered the same river that our house bordered. And one of the things the teacher did is check your hygiene. And she always used to check behind the ears. And if behind the ears or your neck was not clean, which was quite often with peasant kids, she had this big scrub brush, hard bristled scrub brush. And she took the kid down to the river and scrubbed him, or her. Now, you do this today in the United States, they'll have you in jail real quick.
That ever happened to you?
No. My mom would die if I went out.
When was the first time you were beaten up in school? How old were you?
I really don't recall, but there's only a window of 3 years.
Was it in the first or second year?
I would imagine probably what I remember would be a second or third year, because I don't remember much in my first or kindergarten time. I don't. I remember, I should also tell you that toys. My granddaughter and our kids and so on have an abundance of toys to play with. Stimulating toys and things like that. The only toy that I have ever received that I recall was a penknife that my father, when he went on a trip, brought me back. And the first thing I did with that penknife is I got on the stoop and I started sharpening it. And my father went by, he says, "You're going to make it too good." And as soon as he passes, that blade invariably snapped. It's just so frustrating. But I used the penknife or a knife to make my own toys. I whittled and carved a great deal. In fact, if you look at my fingers, they're just all full of scars, because that's what I used to do. I used to make whistles out of willow branches and flutes, and we had a log, and I just, we had lots of lumber around. And I found someplace a wheel and made myself a car, and I could sit there for days and go, ooh, ooh. And I don't think I ever saw a car until just about 1938 or 39. And I also remember when that car came in, it was a military car. And the adjutant, or whatever you call the guy who's not the important guy, had to stand guard because we would have taken that car apart, we kids. It was such a novelty.
What kind of car? Is it German?
I remember the color was sort of greenish, but I don't know what kind of car it was. I have no idea.
Was it Polish military?
No, Polish military, yes.
I want to move ahead in the story a little bit, and hopefully we'll pick up some of these other things you whet our appetites with as we've been going along. I want to get to the time at which the occupation occurred.
Would you permit me two more things to tell you, since I do remember them? I was trying to tell you about the nature, the religiosity of the village, and people being invited to the rabbi's house. And I remember that in the time, the holiday season, it might have been Slichot, but I do not know exactly what holiday it was. Jews are supposed to do atonement for the high holidays. And I am not exaggerating what I'm telling you. I saw it with my own eyes. Jews went down on all fours. And other Jews were flogging them. It was the floggee's choice as what you were flogged with. Either a strap, or they were, in our area, growing thistles. They were really thorny, and they were really prickly. But that was the sign of atonement. I remember that before Yom Kippur, everybody had to have a chicken that you set kaporet over, and you took it to the shochet, and he did away with the chicken, and that was for the holidays. And little incidents of that kind. The people who had the fabric store, not Canaric, but I always forget their name, they were the most religious people in our village. My father was told by the rabbi, for whatever reason, I do not know the circumstance, not to shave. Because again, in the Bible, I guess this is a prohibition. So all through the war, and ever since I've known my father, until many years after he came to the United States, he never used a razor. And we didn't have Norelcos at that time, or whatever the triple headers. So he had these clippers that this is what he cut his beard with. And he carried us all along, and we were caught, and they gave it to him, and we broke out of jail, and that's the way he was without a beard. And he kept it lubricated and kept it in good shape. I'm sure the oil left a lot of itch on his face, but that's the way he did it. And this says made in France. But the rabbi had a great deal of power. If he said something, people listened.
I'm sure we'll come back to this Clippers story probably in the next tape. You mentioned two things, you just talked about them. Why does that first incident stand out in your mind? You were a child when you saw these floggings. Why does that stand out in your mind? Of all the incidents that you could have talked about, why did you talk about that one?
Because, I found out that nobody knows about it, that this was a custom, a mechak. I mentioned to the rabbi, he was very surprised that this happened. So since not very many people know about it, I just thought that it was important to say. There were other behaviors in the synagogue that stick out in my mind, but they're fairly usual. So there's no sense cluttering the tape with it.
Okay. All right. I want to jump to this moment when you knew there would be a Holocaust. And I think you connected it earlier with the policeman. Can you describe, because we're talking about now when the occupation occurred and just prior to that, can you get us through that part of the story?
Okay. If you would permit me, I would like to get you through from the day that the Germans came in until the Holocaust. Okay. Because there is an evolution, and when I was among it, or within all this happening, I did not know what was going on. But in retrospect, and being involved, as you know, with the Holocaust testimonies, I came to a conclusion that either it was by accident or by very meticulous design, the Germans had a plan for the Jews from the day they occupied Poland. And I will, okay, so let me describe to you the day that the Germans came into town. I remember it was in the afternoon, and we saw a lot, maybe 20 or 30 or maybe 50 Polish soldiers, cavalry mostly, and foot soldiers going through. The shape of the Polish army was pitiful. They were dirty, uniforms were torn, there was just no discipline. It was just miserable. And I think we were occupied within a day or two of that the war started, either the first or second day. Then there was a lull. There was nothing. And then you saw a bunch of German motorcyclists, the spiffiest soldiers I've ever seen them since, including the United States. And they just came in, a fairly large number, maybe 50 or 100 of these motorcycles. And they rode through the town just about at dusk. And we did not know whether we were occupied or Polish or on the Poles, under the Germans. We just did not know. And we went to sleep. The next morning we woke up. The whole village square, if you remember that square, it was all covered with German trucks. Soldiers all over the place. I remember a soldier came into our house and asked my mom if he could cook him some eggs. Mom told him it was fine. He did cook his eggs. He said thank you, walked out. There was absolutely no incident. Now, shortly after the army went through, which was, by the way, the very next day, the Germans requisitioned lumber for my dad's place, because a bridge was destroyed down the road, and they needed lumber for that. And there was in the area a Volksdeutscher, which means a native from Germany that lived in Poland, who sort of fronted for the German army. And in fact, this book, Jodlava, talks about him. And in the process of rebuilding this bridge, this guy appropriated a great deal of lumber to himself. His garden also bordered our garden. Now, I do not know the motives. It's only speculation, that whatever that may be. But as a result of all that, he denounced my dad as a subversive or whatever the heck it was. And they came to take my dad away. Now, again, we found out about that. I do not know how we found out about that situation. But my dad ran away from home. He hid with another Jewish family that was a farmer out of town. And I remember my mother making visits to see him. And I didn't connect, I was a little kid at that point. I didn't connect. It was just bringing food. But there were also conjugal visits, I'm sure. So anyhow, my father was... I don't remember exactly the sequence, but he was on the Judenrat. He was vice president, or whatever you call it, on the Judenrat. And Kanarek, the guy who had the fabric store, was the other Judenrat, the president.
Jack, when you
Sure.
pick this up on the next tape, we've
Okay.
reached the end of this tape. We'll now take a short break
Sure.
and come back to this. Thank you. This is the continuation of the Jack Pariser testimony. Jack, just for the record, would you please state the year you were born?
Is that a polite question to ask?
It's a question I got to ask.
I was born December 14, 1929.
Okay, thank you. Jack, at the end of the first tape, we began getting into the story of just prior to the occupation and then into the occupation. Let's go back to that a little bit if we can, and maybe you can backtrack just a touch. The days, perhaps, or the week or so before the occupation, what happened to you guys?
Well, I think I described it before the occupation. There was this propaganda that we're not going to give in to the Germans, but it was pure nonsense. The Germans came in so fast. When the Germans did come in, which really is the important part, there's two things I want to tell you about. First of all, the things that were handed out so very rapidly, like within a week, at least that's my recollection, as what Jews must and must not do. And I remember the rules. Well, I knew that intimately. Jews must not go to school because I stopped going to school, period. Jews must not congregate. Jews must not be out after a certain hour. Jews could not go to synagogue. Jews must not be seen on the same side of the road as Germans were. Not that we had a problem with that, because there were no Germans in our village. When they came in, we did not want to be on the same side of the road. We ran like crazy. But that was the rule. And there was just a lot of Jews must not have business. Jews must have a trade. So apropos to that, I remember first learning carpentry. And I guess my dyslexia didn't let me cut straight or plane straight, so I flunked out carpentry. And I went into tailoring, so I learned tailoring. And you know what I remember from tailoring school? Or from learning from tailor? Use a short needle because it's faster. So, as I mentioned to you, my father was endangered from the very first point because this Volksdeutsche interference. And this book about Poland talks about him, that he was instrumental in giving the Jews trouble. My father was away, and basically I took over household. So it was my duty to take the wheat to the mill, which, by the way, was the same place that my dad did the lumber. Do the chores, cleaning out the stable. But I was a big kid. I really had no problem with work. The Germans had ordered that we cannot be in business anymore, and they took care of the lumber very quickly. My dad just gave that up. In the fabric area, we were supposed to give up all the inventory for the Wehrmacht, the German army. But I already told you that my father was a very fair man. He thought it was more fair to give the Germans some and to keep some. So at first, we were hiding this stuff in the house, and he decided this was not a good place to have it. So, mind you, this is fall, right? The German army came in September, and in Poland it gets... So at that time, most of the vegetables and stuff were gone, and the dirt was pretty much disturbed. So we dug a hole in the ground. He lined it with boards, wrapped up all the fabric in paper so it wouldn't get wet, and buried it. Now, I don't know the reason why he didn't want to keep it there. Maybe because we needed to use some of it to live on or whatnot. I have no idea what the reason was. But I remember us transferring that fabric to Leon Schwerzak. Now, that guy must have been crazy to take it. But he did take it. I remember that my sister and my mother and we wrapped with that stupid stuff because we didn't want to carry it that nobody would know. And we got rid of all that fabric at Leon Schwerzig, and some of it at the other woman called Patsanka that was giving us bread. And typically, as I mentioned, because we were so small, we didn't have any SS or any Germans, for that matter, stationed in our village. How the message came down to the Judenrat, I do not know. I already mentioned that my father was vice, and this guy, David Kanarek, was the head. I don't remember what the action was. We call these things when the SS came down, actions. And my father got a note from his boss, David Kanarek, take over duties next day because I will be sick, which is sort of an anecdotal type incident. Now, I am confused as how it is that my father went away at the early days, and yet he was in the Judenrat later on. And again, he was not at home when my grandfather died. So he must have come back in the interim, and there was some other incident that I don't recall what it was that sent him away into hiding again. But I remember that at the very beginning he was gone. I remember he was at home and dealing with these matters that the Germans wanted, and periodically they wanted all the jewelry, they wanted wheat, they wanted furs, they wanted whatever they wanted. Whatever they wanted, they got. And periodically they came in to set us straight and did some mischief. Now, one incident that sticks out in my mind a great deal, in fact, there are two, is it was in probably 1939 or 1940, one of those 2 years, in the late fall. The earth was already frozen. The pond, if you recall, in the picture, was already frozen over. 3 SS cars came in from the direction of the church, which we always knew, and we always watched for the SS cars. They were always VW convertibles, black, and they always had 4 SS men in a convertible, and 3 of those came in that one day. Now, we knew that if an SS car came in, there was trouble. And all the younger Jews ran. Now, I was a child, not required yet to wear a Star of David, although I was large for my age, and I did, most of the time. And I remember that time I was at Kanarek's house, my girlfriend, and I stood at the window. Kanarek himself, who, by the way, had a disabled leg, did run. And the purpose of that action, as I always told you, by the way, is to gather in the village square. We want to check your ID, or we want to count. They never told you what the true sense of the purpose was. So they got all the elderly Jews, including both of my grandfathers. And what they have done is pick I don't know if it was the rabbi at that point, or this other guy who had the third fabric store, the really religious guy, but they knew who the really Hasidim were. And they took him to the synagogue. They had him remove the Torah and take it down to the corner of the market, which was near the pond, and unroll the Torah on the ground and make every Jew walk on it. Now you imagine these are elderly people, most of them super religious, and you try to get a Jew walk on a Torah that's on the ground, and it took a lot of beating to get those Jews to do so. Now my paternal grandfather, I do not know why it was that he was so beaten, but he was beaten to unconsciousness. So they most likely ordered the Jews to drag him to the pond and douse them, broke the ice with him, doused them in the pond, revived them, took him back there, and eventually every Jew walked on the Torah, they packed up and drove off. I often was thinking, what was the purpose of all that? What was the purpose of putting these strict rules on us? What was the purpose of them coming in to terrorize us? What was behind it? And I'm convinced that the purpose of that was to instill fear, to teach obedience, to have us ready to do what they're going to do the next step. Now, another incident which wasn't as dramatic, I think they were plain soldiers, they were not even SS guys. It was again the wintertime. They came in to go hunting. And as was the case, you saw an SS car or a German car come in, you ran. At that time, my uncle and aunt, who lived in Yadlava with us, they had 2 daughters and a son. They had by that time, in fact, I was just at the very beginning of the war, maybe just prior to the war, moved to Tarnov. And it was illegal for Jews to travel. This kid smuggled across and came to visit us. So he's a young Jew, and he's there without permission. So he ran. Well, he was shot full of buckshot. Good target practice. I'm saying this because you knew that, and I believe that they deliberately taught you that. The Jewish life meant nothing. And so to try to do things in an environment of this sort is very difficult. If somebody would rather shoot you than correct you, it's very difficult to deal with it. And I think that all along this was the situation. In the interim, they also did a resettlement, and I don't believe that any Jews from Yadlava were moved out, but we got a lot of people come in, and most of them from Lodz, including the tailor who was teaching me tailoring, and the professor who was teaching me privately. So let me come to the point now of the day of August 11th. I think the translation is August. The Polish month is Sierpień, and I think the translation is either August or September. I do not know, but it's definitely because the monument has a date. Normally, when the SS came to terrorize us, they came in early in the morning. They did their job and left. This particular day, and they also, by the way, most of the time came in more than one car. If there was one car, it was for arrangements purposes. This particular day, it was just about dusk that the SS car comes in. Unlike all the other times, they did not stop at the Judenrat. They drove right through the village to the Polish police, and they were at the Polish police just a very short period of time, and they turned around and left. Didn't do anything to the Jewish population. Now, we knew from other activities, other actions, that this was highly irregular. By that time, by the way, we already heard rumors of people being resettled, people being deported, but not necessarily people being killed. And even then, we just didn't believe any of this. By some stroke of luck, one of the policemen, whose name I have no idea what it was, came and told my mom that the next day is extermination day. Because it was already dark when he came with that good news. And to me, this guy is righteous Christian number one, because he actually saved whatever Jews in Yadlava were saved, except for one. Because if he had not said anything, we would all have gone to sleep. Next day, early in the morning, they rounded up all the Jews and shut them in a mass grave. So let me describe to you as what happened after that. Immediately, I will come back to the death of my grandfather. Immediately after this happened, my father and my mom organized a tell everybody party, including the people who lived outside the village. And so there's no doubt in my mind that everybody was told what's going to happen the next day. And yet, with that knowledge, at least half, maybe two-thirds of the Jews of Yadlava stayed and went to the execution. And of course, I have no idea as what was truly the motive. But speculation on my part is that there were a number of categories of people that made the decision to go to death. One, all the resettled people, every one of them went to death. And I speculate that the reason for that is because they knew they had no way to survive. They knew nobody, they didn't know the terrain, they had no friends. What would they do to survive? So you just might as well submit. The second group was people like we would have been had both of our grandparents not died. That you had older or impaired people that you really could not go and escape with. And you had the decision, do you go alone and leave your loved ones, or do you stay and face the music? And so there was a group of those people. And then finally, all the really religious people, except for one woman my sister tells me, which I don't know firsthand, went to death. There's one woman acted as a Christian beggar, and she was begging in other villages and survived, supposedly. So the phrase, it's God's will, and we just do God's will. Now, we, all four of us, decided to run into the woods at that night. The mood that you knew what's going to happen. It's like a person died on you, except a lot more intense. It's a lot more depressing. The animals knew what was going on. The cat was just on their feet all the time. The dog howled and barked. The cows were unhappy. Everybody knew there was an unhappy event happening. Anyhow, after everybody was told, our job was to milk the cows, because otherwise they would be in pain from excess milk. Make arrangements for the cows to be taken, for the dog to be taken, and gather whatever food we had and portable clothing and get ready to go. And that's basically what we did that evening. Now, the funniest situation, that we're ready to go out of the house, and my mom says, I cannot leave. I have to sweep up the house. It isn't clean. So he asked me, would I have gone out with dirty ears? So we left for the woods that night, and we stayed in the woods. The next day was really a lovely day, except for the disturbance of gunshot. Now, this book, and what I heard from other people, describes as how the execution went. All the Jews who could walk, walked, and they had 2 wagons full of Jews that were impaired, or little children. They put those on wagons. And the story apparently comes back from the Polish police and the people who transported those. I do not know if the grave was dug beforehand. I suspect it was. Or the Jews dug the grave. I do not know that. But a mass grave was dug. And you can see from here that it was a fairly large size, because this is the surrounding area of the mass grave. And it goes quite a bit back. A group of people walked up to the grave, and they were shot. And according to this book and what people told us when we were hiding, some of them tried to crawl out. In fact, 2 did. One survived and one was shot in the running away. And the next group of people that was coming up to the grave was made to throw lime and dirt on the ones in the grave, and they were shot until they killed everybody. The grave was alongside the way where we went to get food. And it was always an unpleasant and scary event to walk by there. The story has it that one Jew, whose name I cannot recall, I block him out all the time, ran out of the grave. Oh no, he ran away before. The book, which is written by a priest, says as he was running away, he was yelling in Polish, Matka Boska, which means God Mary, save me. And he disappeared into the forest and didn't get hit by any bullets, even though they were shooting after him quite extensively. And this guy, according to the book, has survived among the Poles of the village, walking freely. And they said that on New Year's, which I remember as a kid, the young people dressed up in straw hats and darkened their faces and went basically sort of begging in a dignified way. And he did this with all the other young people, and nobody turned him in, which is absolutely amazing. So he survived, and according to this book, he thanked Mother Mary and became Christian. So, we're now in the woods, and my father, having been a woodsman, knew quite well what to do. He knew where you should hide, where it's least likely for you to be discovered, how to stay dry, what tree to pick so it has the right crown so the rain ran around you rather than on you. And we did fairly well. The code of ethics was that we will not steal, not because we were that righteous, because we felt that if we did, the farmers would organize and make sure that we don't steal. So we went out for bread to Leon and Patsanka, to this other guy that we were telling you, while we were in the forest. One day we are sitting in a clearing. For whatever reason we were in that clearing and not better hidden, I do not know. And I should tell you, this is very shortly after we were hiding. And we are caught by a pole that has got a machete-like knife, fairly large. And he finds us and he's going to take us in. There was a reward for bringing in a Jew, preferably dead than alive, of approximately worth 5 pounds of sugar. Now, I don't know if this was a bluff. I don't think it was a bluff because it was too genuine. My mom tells this guy that she knows his mom and that they were maybe not friends, but they had a very good relationship. And whatever she told him, she talked him out of taking us in, take whatever you want, and leave us go. Now, the rumor in the village from the people that were giving us food was that the guy was convinced that my father had a gun. And he did not want to tackle that, and that's why he gave it up. My father had no gun. We had no gun. I remember that we had a discussion among ourselves in Yiddish. Are we going to jump him? Or are we going to go? And the decision was that if we jump him, that's the end of us anyhow, so you might as well. I need to tell you that also that at the very beginning, how that was organized, I do not know, or how they knew where to meet. Maybe this was part of the arrangement as we told people of the oncoming slaughter. But at the very beginning, my father used to meet with other Jews in hiding. And they discussed basically, who gives food, who is dangerous, who is not dangerous, and stuff like that. At the first few weeks of hiding, there were tremendous casualties. They were capturing so many Jews, including my girlfriend Rivka. And the story is when they caught her, they put her hand in the door and they just smashed her fingers. And they did this to lots of other people that they caught, to find out as where other Jews were hiding. And so my dad decided that it was too dangerous to meet with the other people, and we became totally isolated. We didn't meet anybody. We stayed to ourselves. We were hidden most of the time in disguise. And that's the way we lived until late that fall of 1942. That particular fall was a son of a gun. It was cold and wet. It was just miserable. And so we, the rest of us, maybe my dad as well, but he didn't let on, became very discouraged, and we sort of just didn't care whether we lived or died. So my father sensed the situation, and he went to people who worked for him, friends, and asked him to take us in. We went to one family, and they refused, but they did not turn him in. That, you may not appreciate as what a great gift that is. And then he went to this guy, Andrei Porensky, who used to work for him, and he says, sure, come on in. Now the story goes, true or false, I do not know. I didn't hear it firsthand, that when he decided to take us in, and he talked to his wife objected strenuously. And he told her that if she squeals, he's going to kill her. And apparently the guy is capable, or was capable of doing that, because supposedly he killed her former lover. And so, for whatever reason it was, they had agreed to take us in, and we did. And we were in a barn, which was separated from the house. And we were there, I do not know, not very long, maybe a month, maybe two, in that general vicinity. And the barn was detached from the house and was a separate entrance, and we had an agreement with them and among ourselves that if we were caught, we would tell that we snuck into the barn, that the owner of the barn had no knowledge of it. And we went out to get food at night, like I already told you how, through side ways and so on. And during the day, we were staying in this hole in the straw, small hole, and at night, one of us, not Mother, because Mother would never move out. How she survived, I have no idea. She never moved out. Would go out to empty the chamber pot, which contained the excrement of the day before. And as my father goes out to do that, the mother-in-law of the guy who was hiding us is coming towards his house. She was living down the hill. And my father is convinced that she saw him, and he would not trust her secrecy. So that very night, my father comes back, and he said, this is what happened. I got to go find a different place. So he walks on to another place to, I forgot what the name is, down below on that list of the map. And he asked those people to take him in, and they said, sure, we'll be glad to. My father comes back that night and says, we have a place to go. Tonight we are going. And that night we all, four of us, always staggered within view of one another, but not close enough, because if there is a loss we want to minimize, walk to this place. Can't think of her name. And we come over there, and the same story, dig yourself in the straw in the barn, we'll keep you. My sister, in the process of walking that night, and it was a long walk, and very cold, froze the heels on her feet. So she was really miserable. And normally after walking, any of these excursions, the muscles were not used to it, and you walk off ground. When you went to sleep afterwards, you kept on walking. You had this feeling of walking and stumbling up and down, going up and down like a yo-yo. And I had that feeling. Nobody came to see us for any of the day. They were just husband and wife. And at night, it got dark early, the woman comes up to the barn and invites us down for supper. My sister declined, so my parents and I went down for supper. And I want to share with you my thoughts. I was so impressed about what great friends these people are of my dad's, because I was aware of the risk that they are taking by hiding Jews. But to take us down into the kitchen to have supper with them in the warmth of a stove, my God, that was like going to a Ritz-Carlton. Well, we go into the kitchen, and she had a bench set up by the stove, the door of the stove open, and she tells us, sit a spell. I left the door open so you be warmer. Supper is not quite ready yet. As soon as it is, we'll eat. I don't think it took as long as my telling you this part of the story. And the dogs start barking in the neighborhood, and the door opens. In come 4 policemen with their guns pointing at us. Where's the 4th? So what happened on the day that they didn't come to see us, they went into the next larger town or village and told the Polish police they had Jews to be picked up. So they handcuffed us. We told them where my sister was. They took my sister, handcuffed us, and put us on a sled, and we went to the Polish police. I want to describe to you the encounter in the Polish police. They were very polite, by the way. They didn't do any beating. They didn't do any shoving. They were very polite. They made all of us strip naked, and they searched. Now, I have already alluded to my mother being #1 coward. She never went to get bread. She never went to empty the pot. She never moved out of the hole. She had a diamond ring on her finger. And when that search was over, she came out with a diamond ring. She was acting modest and somehow hid the ring. Well, we had a loaf of bread with us and some stuff, clothing and stuff like that. And they cracked jokes, we're going to take this, because where you're going, you're not going to need it anyhow. And they gave us the loaf of bread. And I remember we had 2 knives with us, a table knife and a penknife, my father's penknife. And the discussion between the policemen was, should they give us the table knife or should they give us the penknife? Which one would be least useful for us to break out? Chuckle, chuckle. And the decision was that they will give us the penknife. So they gave us the loaf of bread, the penknife, and whatever else, and put us in jail. Now, let me describe to you the jail complex. The police station was in the rear end behind the jail. To the left of it was the church, and I'm telling you because it's significant, and in front had a city hall. And the jail had a lot of furniture in it. It had one single cot, made out of wood, about 2 feet or so off the ground. It had a warming stove. It had a door. This is the main sort of an atrium that you walk through. It had a door which had a little window, maybe 6 by 8 or so, with wire mesh in it. And it had a window in front in here. And we found out later on it also had a guard with a guard check outside. The wall in here was at least 18 inches thick. Old brick, a brick and a half. And the door was made out of 2x. In addition to that, it was clad with a metal sheet of, I don't know, I would guess at this point a 16th and 8th of an inch thick. And you could see the hinges were tempered with, the bars were tempered with, and because the first thing we walked in is size up the situation. Now, can we make it out? And my mother was a great instigator. You know, she was telling my dad what to do very well. And she says, Avram, you got to get us out of here. And after having taken the survey, Avram says, you're crazy. People have tried. There's just no way to do that. He said, what do you mean no way to do that? I remember reading in the newspapers that in the United States, crooks got off the 15th floor. And we're here on the ground floor and you cannot make it out? Well, you know, it's all a matter of luck. And my dad, I must tell you that he was a really foxy guy. He was so street smart that it's incredible. He looks at the situation and he sees that from the profile point of view, the brick below the window is chamfered. Had iron bars in here, no glass by the way. But this was chamfered. And he gets this bright idea that if he digs the brick out below here, he would have easy digging because the brick is not locked in. And so he gets this idea that we're going to dig a hole in here. And I need to describe to you the plans. I think that plan, I remember, that plan was hatched that night. Now, I must describe to you the day of the event. I do not know if it was Erev Christmas or Erev New Year's or Saturday. But I know it was a pre-holiday. Because what happened, that they decided they were not going to take us to the Yatzvot, to the Gestapo, to be shot or sent away the next day because it's a holiday. They're going to do it the following day. So when this thing got hatched, my dad says to my mom, you know, most likely you're going to come tomorrow, or they're going to come and ask you to go out and get wood for the stove. So when you do this, you got to get a real big load, because we're going to need the light from the stove to work by. And he was going to dig this hole, and we were going to take the dirt away from the hole that we dig out very quietly and put it behind the stove in here. So if somebody looks in at any time, there is no disturbance, you know, unless you happen to look at the specific hole. And my mom and my sister were going to yell and cry, just in case there's a guard outside, that we keep him awake. And my dad would do the digging, and I will take away the dirt. And that was the plan. That we would cover up the window with whatever clothing we had. And so the outside world would not think we are awake. And the following day, we went to work. We're digging this hole, and we almost have the hole done. It's almost big enough to squeeze by, with the exception of one brick from the right. You know, bricks are laid staggered, half brick. So there's one brick from the right sticking out, and it happens to be in a very hard mortar, and the stupid penknife doesn't even touch the mortar. And my dad is saying, what are we going to do now? You know, we got to get this brick out or we don't squeeze by. And so you got this idea that he would go to this cut. You see, it only got one brace. He ripped off the brace from the cut, and he knew the wood, that it was really tough wood. So he whittled it down on the softer side, not the bark side, enough to get it under the loose end of the brick that stuck out, and hopefully the brick will break. And that's what he did. He wedged it, and the brick snaps. And now we have a hole finished, ready to go. Now, the extreme amount of luck we had is just unbelievable. We took out all these bricks, and we did not even know that, but the outside of this building was stuccoed. And the stucco sheet stayed intact. So we have a hole, but nobody on the outside knew we had a hole. Now, I need to tell you, when this brick was giving us trouble, My father tried to assess what time is it, because they took his watch away. And so he peeks through the corner of the covered up window, and he sees there is light in the buildings. He said, it's dawning. The farmers are up to feed the cattle. We got to make it out real fast. So there's a big panic now to get out. Okay. The hole is about 6 feet, between 5 and 6 feet up from our floor, and probably higher from the outside. So the plan was, when we are ready to go, we will rip up whatever we had, clothing sheet, I do not know what it was. We will make a rope. We will tie it to the bars in here. We would take the cut and move it up in here towards the window. And then my sister and I would take my dad, feet first, and let him out through the hole. And then he would let himself down the rope that we made for him. Then I and my sister would heave my mom out head first, and I would help my sister out head first. And then guess what? So the design was that I would take this cut and move it up on an angle and go across the room and take a run up and hopefully grab the bars, and then my dad would do the rest. He'll pull me out. Now, obviously, by my sitting here, that's what happened. Now, I must tell you another episode. The hole is all ready. We're ready to go. My father calls a powwow, calls a meeting. I remember the meeting was around here in the vicinity of the door. And he says, we're ready to go. We've got the hole ready. We have a plan for Jack to get out. But you realize that it is possible he's not going to make it. So, are we all going to stay? Or are 3 better than none? And because we were already in a panic, because it was late, there was very little discussion on the subject. 3 is better than 1, go. Now, to this day, I have a problem if you tell me something that is obvious to me. And I could never trace the root of this problem. When the decision was to go, my dad gives me a lecture. If you don't make it out, they're going to torture you. And you must not tell them where we are. Not that they would have gone back to where I was. He was too foxy for that. But it sort of rubbed me the wrong way. I can be counted on to be the last person out, to be involved in the decision, but not good enough to know not to tell, which in my heart I knew very well not to tell. Anyhow, we got out. And the agreement was, when we get out, whoever gets out, we go in the direction so-and-so, and we're going to meet if we get separated at some designated location. When I got out, there was all still 4, the other 3 people were still standing there. It happened so fast. And so we are going away from the jail, snow deep. And very shortly after we leave, we encounter somebody. And we just about dug ourselves into the snow. And I remember the person saying, "Don't be afraid. There's no danger." He didn't know who we were. But we didn't know that. Anyhow, cut the story short. We are walking. My father had an idea. He wants to walk into a certain set of woods or into a forest. And it was fresh snow, which, by the way, helped, because it was quiet and it covered the tracks. And this guy there was a guard outside, and he was sent off to Auschwitz. And we are walking, and we are walking, and we are walking, and the more we walk, the more we look back, and we see the stupid cross on that building, and we know that we are just circling the jail. Now, I want to back up for a second and tell you about an incident we're in the jail. Now, you must realize that we're now in a holiday, right? Because that's why we were not taken away the next day. So people are going to church. And they're going by our jail. And they have this little window they can look in. And there was not just one or two, but quite a few. Stopped by and spat at us and said how glad they were that we were caught. Catholics going to pray, probably Mass, had the urgency to tell another human being how glad they were caught. Anyhow, we realized that we were hopelessly lost. So my dad says, I have to ask somebody for direction. I obviously can't tell him where I want to go. So he knocked, and by that time it was really dawning. I mean, we knew it was dawning. It was getting light. And he goes up to somebody's window and asks to go to point A, and he figured if he knows to go to point A, he can figure out how to go to the woods that he wants to go. And they told him how to go to point A, and within minutes, we were in the forest. And my father decides, there's going to be a posse. So we got to hide in a place where they're not going to find us. And he picked a little clump of bushes next to a logging camp. Nobody's going to look next to a logging camp, he says. And there was a posse that caught 2 or 3 other Jews. And again, we survived. As was the custom, bread was rationed. In fact, the story is, when I woke up by myself or somebody else woke me, the first words I said, "Is it time to eat?" And so we had this bread. By that time it was frozen. And my father takes his penknife to do his daily ration allocation, cut the bread. By the way, he cheated. He gave me a bigger piece than anybody else. And the pin that holds the blade snaps. So it lasted just long enough to get us out of jail. Okay, that night we go back to Peremsky. And he says he'll take us in again. The story has it that in the village of Yodlava, the priest conducted a mass for the Parisers. So for 6 months, nobody knew whether we were dead or alive. There were all kinds of rumors going around. The police apparently suspected Leo Schwerzek, and they took him in and they questioned him and they staked out his house. But somehow they didn't get us. So this time we talked to Peremsky, and we decided it's too risky to be in the barn. It would be a lot better if we dig a hole in the ground. So the barn, as I told you, was separated away, and the house, his house, had the same structure. A bedroom, a kitchen, a storage area where he stored grain and stuff like that, and a woodshed. And the decision was that we were going to dig under the woodshed a hole, the access to which is going to be through the storage area, and there would be a bin of wheat over it. And we would load up the top of this hole with 2 rows of timbers, heavy timbers, so if they do any probing with rods, they would not penetrate and they would not get the hollow sound. And so that's what we did. We stayed in the barn, and night after night we were digging this hole. You would not ever tell that there was going on any digging, because we took the dirt, mixed it up with the cow manure, and so you never knew that there was any trace of digging. And we finally made the hole and moved into the hole. Now, I want to tell you that while we were here, the guy might have deluded themselves that these Jews are going to be good and they will not tell that he's helping them. But there was absolutely no way that he could say that he did not know that the Jews are hiding there. Because the entrance to this hole was through the front door, the same like he walked in, through this vestibule that had a grinding stone that I spent many hours grinding wheat, and And this guy had 2 little kids and a wife. And he did this, whether it was because he thought my father was worth saving or because he was getting food. You know, we brought in enough food that they lived quite well. And so that was our existence. And I want to point out that this has this Wissahickon River within easy walking distance to his house. I remember one day, there was a story that they were going to search the area for Jews. And we were asked to leave the hole, which was stupid to begin with, because if they found the hole, whether they had Jews or not, he would have been sunk. And we went into the fields, into a potato area. You know, potatoes grow fairly tall. And we lied in the furrows of the potatoes, and it rained cats and dogs. We were so soaked. And at the end of the day, we went back into the hole. Okay, could I change this, please?
Can I just ask you quickly again? Now, who owned the barn?
This guy, Poramsky.
Okay.
And Adela. Do you remember the bottom picture of the rescuers?
Okay.
Okay. Now, this basically was his house, and this gives you a profile as what the thing looked like. So there was a fairly steep hill, wooded. And so we went out to get food. We only had a very narrow road to cross in the clear. We always came down a small path through the trees and just went into here and then down. Now, the hole was mostly dirt in here, and don't ask me how loose dirt stood up for over 2 years, dug vertically, with a load on it and didn't collapse. I have no idea. But it stood there. And on the riverside in here, it had mostly foundation. The light in this hole was mostly cracks in the foundation, except when it was very quiet and the kids did not play outside. Did we take out a little stone that couldn't have been larger than this for more light? Now, my problem in this hole was that I was going nuts. I had nothing to do. You could not ask for pencil and paper. You could not ask for a book. Or, first of all, there was none around because the guy was illiterate. And besides, it would be out of character. It would sort of be degrading to him to do that. So I became a craftsperson. I learned to knit. I learned to make shoes. I learned to make clothing. I learned to make baskets. I learned to make anything that I had plenty of time to study. And I must tell you a little, let me describe to you the hole, how large it was. My father was 6 foot. He could not stretch out his head touching one end, which was basically this end, and the feet touching the bottom end. I was not fully grown, and I could not kneel in the hole without touching the ceiling. So I would estimate maybe it was about 5 feet long by maybe 3 or 4 feet high. In width, I think it was fairly square, about 5 or 6 feet wide. The width of the hole was such that we could not lie on the back, 4 people, and we were not fat at that point, I must tell you that. We were skinny people. We could not lie, some people on the right and some people on the left. So everybody had to lie right, everybody had to lie left. So if you got sore from lying, let's say right-sided, you had to negotiate with everybody to turn left. And we were in that hole for a good 2 years. We had this pot that was on the bottom end of it, and I frequently and had a piece of wood that we covered the pot, and I frequently sat on that pot, either knitting, whittling, because it was also close to better light, or doing something in it. One day I was doing a lot of whittling, making a basket, and my mom didn't like what I was doing. She yelled at me. She didn't like it, and I didn't obey. I kept on whittling. So it wasn't a kick, but she touched me with her foot. because that was really the only thing which was reachable. And the blade of the knife, the very tip, hit me in the forehead. I was going to show my mom that she can't do that to me. So I took dirt from the wall and rubbed it in my forehead so it would fester. It was crazy to do things like that. But that's what I did. It really didn't infect very much at all. But my mom was sorry if I hadn't done that.
I want to pursue this a little bit. Life inside the hole and the other hiding places. I wanted to ask you this before also. In general, were there fights? Were there arguments? What was it like?
Very little. Very, very little. I don't remember any fights. I guess we knew we were in this together. We all wanted to survive. So I don't think that it was the activity, as I told you already, my mom never got out of that hole. My sister and my dad went out to get food. I helped them grind wheat. I helped them make vodka. Anything to just get me occupied. But the existence was that once every 2 weeks or so, you went out to get food, and once a night, one of us went out to empty the pot. And that was the existence. And periodically, you helped peel potatoes, or grind wheat, or make vodka, or do anything to help them out. Now, this situation lasted until, again, late in fall or winter of 1944. In 1944, the Russians came to the Vyswoka River and stood on the other side. We could see the German observer in front of us, and the stupid Russians didn't move for 6 months. At that point, there was a military curfew, and it didn't make any difference whether you were Jew, Christian, or God. If you walked out at night, you were shot. Period, over and out. So now our lifestyle changed completely. No more going out getting food at night. We went out to get food in daytime. And the only one we went to get food was Schwerzeg because he was the closest. Patsanka was still active, but she was too far away, too risky. So Schwerzeg was the main supplier of food at that point. And either my sister or I individually went out to get the food. Now, I guess there must be break time or close to it. Or do I still have time?
Well,
let me tell you one anecdote.
You have a minute.
Yes, okay.
It's be like Ted Koppel.
Pardon?
I'd be like Ted Koppel. You have a minute.
I am with my father going to get food at Schwerzeg's. And we didn't have food for a while. So everybody was really hungry. And Leo and Kashik bring us out this big sack of wheat and a loaf of bread. And they knew that we were hungry. And they just made fresh vodka, still warm. And they give my father this liter bottle of vodka and says, "Here, Abe, take a swig." And my father was as hungry as I was. And he took a swig. I mean, a liberal swig. And he got drunk. So this man is carrying this big sack of wheat, at least 50 kilo, on his back. And he always had a stick. And he waves his stick, right? Is the sack still on my back? Anyhow, my father always knew the territory. So he cautioned me of, abrupt ravines or whatnot. But this time he was too drunk to know. And I was going ahead of him, and there is this deep ravine. And I step off, and I am going down. And there's lots of time to figure out what's going to happen to me when I hit there. It's not really fast. And I hit the ground. I think I hit on the side. I got bruised. Walked out of it. My dad finally sobered up a little bit and walked out of it and got back to the hiding place. My sack's still on my back.
Okay. We've reached the end of this tape. We'll take a short break. Thank you.
All right.
This is the continuation of the Jack Pariser testimony. Okay, Jack, there are points I want to come back to that we touched on the previous tape, but why don't we pick up the story from here up through the liberation. Pick up where you left off. I think we left off with the Soviets being entrenched or placed for 6 months.
Okay, I would like to, before I do this, just go back for 1 second and show you this book which we already have seen, Yadlova, and show you the picture of the mass grave that we showed actually comes out from this book, and the description of it, the priest refers, the author, the priest refers, the memorable day of 12th of August or September, whatever Sharpian translates into Polish. And so it is not somebody's imagination. And if you think that Poles are trying to make a case that the Jews were persecuted, that's the furthest things on their mind. Okay, so let me go back to we're now in a new environment. We have to go out during the day. And now my sister and I have the job of going out to get food. Generally bundled, so you don't see. We still walk off-road, but we cannot be so blatant as before because we cannot arouse suspicion by the German army. And the number of trips to get food at this point is considerably reduced because for a number of reasons. We only have one source. We can no longer spread it. And it's too dangerous, and only one person goes out rather than 2 people to bring it in. So for all reasons, the amount of food is reduced. And I do not know what is in my story that attracts around Christmas time, but this is another one of those things. Around Christmas time, we are visited by Mr. Perensky, and he says, "My wife and I have decided that we cannot keep you any longer." Hallelujah. What do we do now, Charlie Brown? Before, my dad would have gone out to arrange for shelter. Can't go, it's too risky. So the decision he makes, we're at the end of the rope. There's nothing we can do. The only hope that we have is we're going to go down to Leo Schwerzak and see if he take us in. So in broad daylight, again, all of us bundled up, doing the best we can not to be discovered. We go up to Leo's house. Now, Leo is in a populated farm area. His house is not isolated like Perensky's house, but the woods. And that's the reason why we didn't ask him to take us in to begin with. My father goes up to the window, does his usual shtick. Leo comes out, and they discuss the situation, and he says, "Dig yourself in the barn. We'll keep you." Now, the barn that we were hiding in is basically shown here. In front of it is my friend that was on the picture with me, Kazak. And this is the house. And I think this window that we came up to most of the time knocking. So we go into the barn. We already know how to build a hole. And I'm not exaggerating. We are not camouflaged yet. The German army comes into the barn and requisitions the barn for the Wehrmacht. And of course, we understand German. We know what's going on. Oh, we were just, that's it, There's no place to go. There's just it. Germans all around us. It's hopeless. So as soon as these guys leave, Leah comes into the barn. My father and he walked off away from us, so we would not hear what's going on. And my mom and my sister and I are sitting there on the edge of... My father comes back and says, "I spoke with Leo." Leo says, "Whatever happens, he's going to keep us." So now we're staying in this barn. And I tell you that this was the best 2 or 3 weeks, because this is how long it took the liberation, that I have had since we went into hiding. We got warm food daily. The little girl, Marisha, her job was to feed the pigs. As she went to feed the pigs, she hid our food underneath the pig food. And she brought it into the barn, and they treated us like royalty. So we are now in this. By the way, the Germans never occupied the barn, and we in this new hotel. Nothing is going on. There's tenseness you can feel. There's tenseness. Something's going to happen. And then one morning, there's a little bit of cannon fire in the distance, and a little bit later, Leo comes in and says, "You are free. The Germans are gone. The Russians are here." This happened about the 15th or the 16th of January 1945. So we survived, as I already told you many times, because the foxiness of my father and the good fortune we had with all these other people. And so my father says, let's check it out. So he tells me to go out and go into the village and see if really there are no Germans and what the situation is. And while I am doing this, I should go into the cellar and dig out a can of coins, silver coins that he hid before we left, because we have absolutely nothing. I mean, we were bare. Bipeds were ripped from here to here. I did exactly that. I come to our house. The house no longer stands. It was used by the German army for headquarters in the area, and they burned it together with all the documents. Not that it was a Jewish house, it was simply a tactical move. The stable is still standing, and in front of the stable is a dead Russian. That's the only soldier I saw in all this. And I go into the cellar, and I dig out the coins. The guy that used to beat me up in school all the time happens to come down, and he says, "Let's share this." And I said, "Not in your lifetime." And for once, I bullied the bully. He walked away, and I walked away with a can of coins. And I came back, and I reported to my dad, and we went out. And I believe that we went into my grandfather's house, into a room in my grandfather's house, which was still standing. And we were there maybe 2 days. Then we hear the story that the Polish underground shot 2 Jewish kids. One of them, the guy I used to play with a lot, on the church property that the church was hiding him in the bell tower. And the slogan was, "Let's finish what the Germans haven't." Now, I do not know if you're familiar with the Gilbert's Atlas, Gilbert's story. Well, he has a chart as how many Jews were murdered were. For instance, Celts are quite a few. Those 2 in Yudlova were never even counted. So when we heard that, my dad decides this is not the place for us to be. And we went into Pilsno, into my cousin's house, and that's how we reestablished life, and which is in itself a fairly interesting story.
Jack, let me ask you, could you describe in some detail your physical condition during liberation, at the time of liberation?
Okay. Well, I think that I was quite scrawny, but this was not the problem. The problem was that I do not know if it was stiffness of muscles or whatever it was. I walked like a duck. And people used to make fun of me. And I went to see the doctor. There was one doctor in Yudlova. And he said that I had inflammation of the veins. Now, Martin List, who is, I believe, a very good physician, when I tell him that story, he says pure nonsense. So I do not know what it was, but this doctor prescribed exercise. And I remember I used to scream bloody murder because people had to move my legs. And after a period of time, I started walking normal. And because we had these coins and we were able to buy vodka and we were able to deal with the Russians that were coming from the Germans, from Germany to Russia, we bartered with them. We could reestablish things and get fairly good nourishment.
Okay, before we continue with what happened after liberation, we will come back to that. I want to ask a few other questions. Could you describe the feelings you had when you felt that you were free?
Well, I tell you, there wasn't really very much feeling. It was just sort of like a non-event. I saw the house burn down and it didn't bother me. It was still smoldering, you know. The tin was spread out all over the ground at the roof. The house was totally flat. I would abhor to see a dead person. I saw the dead Russian. It didn't faze me. I had a bullet in his head. It didn't faze me at all. One would think that one should be very overjoyed that you liberated. But if you really think about it, and I have not thought about it before, you are facing a very uncertain life. Even for me as a kid. You're ignorant. You got rags to wear. In particular, in a few days, you know they're still killing Jews. What's the point of it?
Let me pursue that a moment before I get back to some of these other questions. A number of survivors talk about so-called liberation, that they wear two faces, as it were, a face that they wear to the world, that they're free, that they're part of it, and a face that they're never liberated, that's always still back there. Do you feel that?
No, not at this point. For a long time, I would say that was true. But I think at this point that I feel that I am quite liberated, that I am a very self-sufficient person. I can deal with just about any curve in the road. If the Holocaust taught me one thing, it taught me to always have an escape route. So subconsciously, if I do something with you or with somebody else, in the back of my mind, there's a way I can escape. And I think that stood me in good stead. Because whether I think it through or it's just ingrained in me or whatnot, I'm not saying I don't take knocks, but I can survive them. I became a very strong realist. No, this is the way things are. You cannot change them. You better deal with them the best way you can.
How long, Jack, before you started feeling things again?
Well, I am still not a very feeling person. And I really couldn't tell you. I feel joy a lot. I feel less love.
Okay, I don't know exactly what kind of sequence these questions are going to take us, but I want to return to some issues. On just a kind of factual level, on a daily basis, when you were in hiding, what was your diet?
Most of the time, a slice of bread. Now, I must tell you about a slice of bread because when I spoke at schools and I said a slice of bread, the class became very upset. How could I live on a piece of bread? Now, they visualized a piece of white bread, which most American kids eat. I already told you a slice of bread or a loaf of bread in Poland that you bake yourself is about 16 inches in diameter. And so a slice of bread was a wedge, maybe about an inch and a quarter at the crust side, and 0 at the middle. And so basically it was a slice of bread. Periodically, we got some soup, but not very often. Now, I don't really recall having had much water that we drank. I don't recall it would obviously not been a bottle, because a bottle was, royalty had bottles. And there was no plastic. But one would imagine I don't remember a pot of water that we would fill and drink. So I am wondering, where did we get liquid from? I guess we didn't really require much liquid. We didn't perspire a lot. You know, a hole like a cellar is constant temperature. And
did you bathe?
Very rarely. Mostly, if it was bathing, it was mostly like a rag bath.
How did you arrange things that going to the bathroom, for example, privacy issues, any of that?
There was no privacy. You went to the bathroom in front of everybody. There's no privacy. I remember when we were being searched. My sister and my mother, and this was still in the early stages of hiding. Everybody naked. They didn't separate women from men. In fact, I don't think there was a woman police person. It was all done in front of male police persons. Those, I think, really were non-issues. I mean, considering all the things that was going on, and that we were just living day in and day out, 24 hours a day, most of the time, with each other.
You mentioned in the jail you had a penknife. Was that the same penknife you used as a kid on the steps?
No, I had used many penknives. Most of them were broken. This was my father's penknife.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, what's probably going to be a painful subject, your grandfather's death. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, well, the late fall or winter, as I told you, when my grandfathers were beaten up, my mother's grandfather was ill for quite a while. He was in bed for quite a while. My grandfather Leibish was not ill that long, but he was a changed person. He was no longer the same person at all. He was very sad. I don't know if he was depressed, because I really couldn't tell. Excuse me. I remember that it was an evening, and my father was away because he was in hiding for some reason, which I don't know why he was away, but he was away. And my sister and my mom were someplace. So I was with my grandfather alone. My mother had prepared for him bread with schmaltz and tea. And he was teaching me Torah. And we were finished. He was finished eating. And he went up. He got up to go. I helped him with his coat. He put one arm, killed him. I ran out, yelled for help. People from the village came in. One put a feather to his nose. Another guy put a mirror to his nose. He says he's dead. That was it. Then I don't know how the word got to my dad, but it did. And my dad came home. I remember sitting in the house. It must have been the stove, because this was the only elevated area that was sort of, like in a fetal position. My grandfather was lying, in the house. My father came down, he uncovered him, he kissed him. Next day we buried him. In a sense, he at least has been buried in his own grave. The cemetery's not much of anything anymore. He doesn't have any mitzvah on him because there was none erected. But he escaped the mass grave, or whatever fate would have been. And his dying let us free to make the decision to go into hiding. Because if he had been alive, I don't think we would have done it.
How old were you?
This was 1940, I believe, so I was 10 or 11, depending, whether it happens before December 14 or after December 14.
You mentioned, Jack, that the policeman had saved all the Jews of the town but one. Was that the one?
No, the one that is the one who escaped, which, let me just refer to what his name is, because I keep on blocking.
Hershko?
Hershko. And by the way, this book again talks about that anyhow, it talks about the death of 2 Jews as a result of the incident in the pond. Which I'm sure my grandfather was one of them. I don't think it lasted more than 2 weeks.
Okay. Jack, you mentioned also that you passed the mass grave to and from.
That's right. Every time.
What did it look like at that time?
We did not go down to see the mass grave. The mass grave was off the road, maybe a couple hundred feet. I should also tell you that those SOBs Germans were efficient, because the mass grave is off a main road, and then there's the smaller road which goes from the main road to Peremsky's house. And from that, they were just maybe a couple hundred feet down the hill. They didn't go deep into the woods. They didn't go, just whatever was the most convenient thing to do. I am told, having been there, which I will talk about later on, that the trees around the mass grave don't grow too well. It's almost... from 42, it's over 50 years, right? 52 years. When I was there, it was 51 years. Trees don't grow too well. They said the same thing about Auschwitz, by the way. The trees around the crematoria and the gas chambers don't grow too well.
Jack, I want to come back to something else. You mentioned that at Liberation, you didn't feel much of anything. During this period, a little earlier, with your grandfather's death, the other things going on, were you numb at that point, or were you feeling things? And if you were feeling, what were you feeling then?
You remember my grandfather died?
That period, yeah.
Hopelessness, I suppose. I lost a good friend. I loved the guy a lot. Not that he gave me a lot of presents or played with me. It was just a bond between us. And I guess it also was the first death I witnessed.
You mentioned in the first tape, I believe, your father was your number one rescuer.
That's right. That's the way I feel about it. He was basically the ringleader. He was the decision maker. He was the strategist. He did the things in the right order, the right way. Yes, he had a great deal of help, and without it he would have not succeeded. But from a point of view of a child, if you're looking, why am I saying this? I was wondering, and I'm jumping ahead, because I was pretty callous towards the rescuers. As the book says, and as was the case, my father kept on sending them packages. He corresponded with them. He took care of them. I contributed periodically, grudgingly, because I really didn't care about the rescuers. Now, why was that? And when I went to Warsaw to the Conference for Righteous Christians, which we honored our rescuers, I needed to come up with an explanation of why was that? And I did a lot of thinking, a lot of soul searching, what was in it. And I came to the conclusion that to me, my father was a rescuer. He got me out of jail. He provided the shelter. Yes, he was not the terminal point. He made the arrangements. He got the bread. He gave me the slice of bread. Now, to my father, that's a different situation. The Christians are the Poles who fed us and kept us were no doubt the rescuers. And now I realize the same thing. But without my father, I would have not been rescued.
Let me ask you something, Jack. You mentioned he was in the Judenrat.
Mm-hmm.
You know now, of course, that there's a lot of controversy over the Judenrat.
Mm-hmm.
Was there any ambivalence or controversy then, and do you have any feelings about that now, looking back?
No. I don't believe there was any then, and I certainly have no problem with it now. If I did, I would have not told you about it. I think that the Judenrat in the village that I lived in, and again you're getting this from a 10-year, 11-year-old kid, was, yes, they complied with the German wishes. And somebody could have said, in fact this book said, the Jews didn't resist. I would like to see how somebody else would resist. If you don't give up your fur or your jewelry, you get a bullet in your head. So there was a great deal of compliance with what the Germans had wished. And I think there was the right policy. I don't believe that they should have done any other way. Just prior to the attacking the Russian front, we had a great deal of soldiers in Lvov. And they were making the stupidest thing you could imagine. They were making tracks out of branches or wood pieces about this big. And they strung them with wire, and the purpose of that they would put them under the truck wheels. So in the muddy Russia, they could move ahead. You know what the Jews say? It would help you like copping to a dead person. And I'm sure this is how much it helped them. But they spend a great deal of time, among the woods, using Jewish labor, making these things, welding brackets to their trucks and put the rolls of this stupid runners on the trucks. And the Judenrat had to designate who was going to do this, and I think they were very fair in how it was done. And so not because my father was in it, I think that the Judenrat in our village behaved okay. Now, let me, while I'm at it, mention a second about resistance. Because there is a common discussion that Jews did not resist. And I have a great deal of difficulty with that. Because generally when people say Jews did not resist, they leave off the end of the sentence, which is with weapons and guns and knives. If you include that part of the sentence, weapons, guns, and knives, Jews did not resist except in a few ghettos and in very few incidences. But if you say Jews did not resist totally, that is a gross misstatement. Jews did resist. We resisted. Most Jews in the concentration camps resisted. If Jews had not resisted, there will be very, very few alive today. The only ones that would be alive is because of happenstance or time they didn't get killed yet. The fact that a great deal of Jews, certainly we lost an enormous amount, had survived, it's because there was resistance. We fought like hell to stay alive. And so did the people in the concentration camps. I spoke with you before, and I believe that's probably a fairly correct theory. That those who survived, A, resisted, and B, had somebody helping them, what I call an earthly angel. If not, after 12 weeks, after 16 weeks, whatever the scheduled ration was supposed to be to make a Muslim man out of you, would have taken place, and they would have died. The fact that they haven't is because they resisted and somebody helped them. They resisted for each other. They resisted for themselves. My brother-in-law stole potatoes for a guy that was in the barracks with him. He didn't need to steal potatoes. He was working in the kitchen. He could have had all the potatoes he wanted. Yeah, there were lots of people who were selfish and didn't help each other, but...
Let me ask you, along the lines of resistance, let me turn the tables on that a little bit. During some of these SS actions that you described in your town, what were the non-Jews doing? What were your neighbors doing?
Non-Jews, you mean? Okay. First of all, there were very few non-Jews in the neighborhood because it was just like a self-designated ghetto. But I don't really know, but I am sure that they were joyous with glee. Jews were not a good commodity, except for those few good Jews. If you were not designated as a good Jew, you were probably worse than cattle. Better to save cattle than a Jew.
Let me ask you another question. Again, I apologize for jumping.
No problem.
You brought up the camps. As you as you know very, very well, because we've spoken of this many times, there's an odd sort of hierarchizing of survivors that goes on. Those who survived in hiding versus those who survived in the camps, and of those who survived in the camps, those who survived in Auschwitz. Could you talk a little bit about this from your perspective? And you know what I'm referring to.
Yeah. Okay. For me, it's especially poignant because I have to make decisions as who is a survivor to be interviewed or not. So, although I'm within guidelines of the Holocaust Museum guidelines, you still can, like any judge, you can do it any way you want. Now, there is no doubt that within the degree of suffering that people had, I would say the hierarchy probably for sure, is people in concentration camps slash death camps, people in labor camps, people in hiding, slash people in Russia. I do not know which one suffered more. People on false papers, I would suspect, suffered least physically, but I would imagine a great deal of emotional. They must have been scared and watching the step every minute of the day, so they wouldn't be discovered of being Jewish. So, if you want to measure degree of suffering, there may be a point. But I do not know, as what is the sense in comparing the degree of suffering, whether you are a survivor or not. To me, if you were in danger, and as far as I'm concerned, you were in danger if you were in Kristallnacht, and you had the good fortune to get out, whether it was because you were rich enough to hire a DC-3 to fly out of Germany, or you were just in the right place to get on the list to go to the United States, or whatever it was, so much the better. I'm glad you survived, and you're a survivor. So I know within some people who were in concentration camps, I'm not quite kosher, but that's their problem, not mine.
I want to pursue that a little bit, Jack, if I might. I want to know how you feel when that comes up, given all that you've gone through. You say it's not your problem, and I believe you that you believe that, but you must feel something.
Well, I sympathize with the suffering. When I speak at schools, I tell the class, what I'm going to tell you is going to sound very horrible to you, but by comparison to what people went through in concentration camps and such, I lived in a luxury hotel. And so they have a reason to feel that way, but only feel that way, but they cannot make a judgment about who is a survivor. A person who survived the Holocaust, by whatever good fortune, whether it was a nun that took you in because you were hoping that you're going to become Christian, or whatever it was, you are a survivor with equal status, as far as I'm concerned, rights and privileges of any other survivor. Yeah, if you want to measure suffering, you have a point.
Okay, I want to hit a couple of other questions, and then I want to pick up after liberation. You mentioned during the jailbreak episode that your father said to you, he pointed out what I think you would call the obvious, and that seems to have affected you, that you couldn't be counted on not to tell. Could you elaborate on what you were feeling? Could you elaborate on that part of the story a little bit? Because that obviously affected you and continues to affect you.
Well, do I know what I was feeling? Really, I don't think so. I don't know. Probably anger. But it was such a fast tempo. There was so much to do. And you really had to do it well. That there was no time to horse around with that stuff. So I don't think that, I was scared. Period. Scared of not making it out. Scared as what's going to happen when we do make it out. Are they going to catch us? It was a scary situation.
But that's remained with you. You mentioned that in your testimony, that incident has remained with you, and it seems that it's bothered you. I'm just curious if you have any guesses why.
Again, I think it's an after, because at that point there really was the whole scene about preparing to go out, and the possibility of being left in jail was very scary. It was a very sad moment, like you go into Siberia and you're never going to see your parents again. In a few minutes, you're the only one standing there. Everybody's on the outside. It's not an easy prospect or an easy thing to deal with. But I don't think there was time to deal with it.
Okay. Let me ask you a couple other questions. Have you, since the war, seen any of the either the rescuers or the betrayers again?
The rescuers, not the betrayers. I wouldn't trust to be seen by the betrayers. For a long time, I would not go to Poland, period. As a result of my getting involved with the Christian rescue issue, I developed this desire of doing something for the people who saved us. And that, against my better judgment, was to go to Poland. And I did. And when I was in Poland at this conference, I came across, I was asking many people, is it safe to go to a little village? You know, they can just kill you there. Nobody would bat an eyelash. And it's going to take probably years before the U.S. Embassy finds out that they lost a citizen. And most people couldn't tell me anything concrete until we ran into a professor from Oxford who is writing a book on Jewish heritage in Poland or something to that effect. And he says he's got his Mercedes parked in Poland, and periodically he leaves Oxford and drives by himself to all these little villages, visits cemeteries, and visits whatever is available to document what is left of the Polish culture. And he has been treated nothing short of royalty. In fact, he said that he had some visitors from Holland or some of the Netherlands, Hasidic Jews with beards and the whole garb, and people came out and say welcome and blah blah blah, and said that I'm absolutely nuts and paranoid about being concerned to go to Poland. With all that, I would not go and stay the night. But we did go for the day. Now, it probably would have been more smart. You know, I would have had to make plans ahead of time because the schedule says I leave the next day. But I think I could have stayed. In fact, when I was there, and people walked by, and the lady says, you know, I went to school with you. I'm so-and-so, I went to school with you. Oh, that's great. I didn't say that, but... and somebody else said, I just lived down the road from you. And I went to the city council because for some reason, even though my father signed over all the things to either Poremski or to Schwerzek, but at the time when we left Poland, as far as real estate, which is the only thing which he had left over, the house per se, the lot from the house, did not get signed over. And we were trying to rectify this. And so we went to City Hall to find out what should be done. And they treated me very courteously, and there was no problem.
Okay, and I know you might come back to some of that later on, either this or subsequent tapes that we have. Let me ask you just a couple other questions, and then we'll do the after liberation that are kind of pertinent up to this point, even chronologically. Okay. One is, you mentioned obviously the hardships, that, like your legs, your problem with your legs. Do you have any lingering effects that come from your situation, all the years in hiding, the darkness, the crampedness, or psychologically? Are there any lingering effects?
I think that physically I have no lingering effects.
How about psychologically?
I think that I am inferior, that I don't know enough as people who would have gone through school normally and stuff like that. But other than that, I must tell you that for the longest time, 10, 20 years, I had a problem being Jewish. When we got liberated, I wanted to do all I can to blend in and not be known as a Jew. Now, I did all the wrong things. I went to Hebrew Gymnasium, which was stupid, to preparing to go to Israel, which I didn't know at the time, but that was the purpose of the Hebrew Gymnasium. But as a philosophy, I didn't wish to be Jewish. I also didn't wish to bring people into this world. When we got married, we discussed having children. I think I must have twisted Leah's arm because we decided, whatever the right pronoun is, that we would adopt children rather than bring children of our own. And we went to an adoption agency, and they said, prove that you can't have your own, or else you cannot adopt. So that plan went by the wayside. And as far as being Jewish is concerned, I just couldn't reconcile as why anybody would want to be Jewish with the attendant problems the Jews have. And I really couldn't see the big difference, if there is a God, that you worship God in a Christian way or in a Jewish way. Because if there is really a significant difference, what's God doing keeping so many non-Jews? So I reasoned that the way you worship God really shouldn't make much of a difference. And if you're Jewish, you know you're going to get, over a period of time, you're going to get knocked. And you're going to get knocked again. So maybe it is best to just not do anything in the form of Judaism, and after 2 or 3 generations, nobody would know, and at least your children's children will have no problems.
So what happened?
I do not know as when it turned. But I got to thinking about it, and I started reading, comparative religion. And I came to the conclusion that if there is really any sense in being religious, in practicing religion, then the Jewish religion makes most sense. So horsing around with something else was not the right thing to do. So the question was, do I really want to be agnostic or atheistic? And I had a hard time with that. So it was, yes, you do need to be religious in some way. And from the point of view of, after I've studied the subject for a little bit, the degree of what I believe the morality in Jews and the theology of the Jewish religion as such is superior from other people. Now maybe it's a lot of chutzpah, but that's nevertheless my belief. And so it no longer makes sense to guide the children in another direction, but the damage is already done. For instance, my daughter intermarried. And the kids have they don't practice high holidays, so I think that my older daughter, Linda, that went to Poland with us, has a great feeling about Judaism, but not in a way that she would practice it.
Did you ever get bar mitzvahed?
Did I ever get bar mitzvahed? Well, dear sir, the day that I would have been bar mitzvahed, legally, there was not enough minyan. There were just 4 of us. There was no Torah to read from. There was no talit at tefillin to be had. And no. So I never got bar mitzvahed. Now, I didn't get bar mitzvahed afterwards because, as I told you, for about 20 years this subject didn't mean anything to me. And I did return to Judaism mostly for my parents because I didn't want to hurt them. I did a lot of things for my parents. Things that I shouldn't have done, but I did a lot of things for my parents. And so, I went to whatever synagogue or shul was convenient. It was not a matter to me whether it was conservative or reformed. I would not go Orthodox. Orthodox are too pushy for me. I just don't like that behavior. So the kids all went through Hebrew school and they all got bar mitzvahed, but I didn't. But I will. Next year, January 7th.
All right.
Now, let me tell you the reason for that choice. January 7th, I will be 65 years old, which is 5 times 13. I can account for at least 5 lives. So there's a reason to have bar mitzvah on that day. And then thinking afterwards, I realized that it's also 50 years after I got liberated, which is not a good reason.
That's interesting. I will come to the one last question before the liberation, or the after liberation. Maybe you know the answer to this, maybe you don't, but I need to ask you. In your view, why did these people help you when there was so much at risk for them doing so?
I do not know why the Pobremskys helped us. It is maybe either or a combination. Either they were just doing this for the remuneration, because it was an easy way to just make extra, improve your living. And I guess the guy was a gutsy guy, if he goes around killing his opponent. Because he genuinely felt that my dad deserved to be saved because he was a good person. Or he made a mistake when he said yes at the beginning and was difficult to say no afterwards. And I suspect that's probably the most likely thing. You know, in a moment of, he might have been overcome with sympathy or whatnot. And he said yes, and then it was very difficult to say no. But eventually he did say no. I think with the Schwerzaks, it was a genuine friendship, and they were also, and they still are, very good people. They are just super people. And I think that, I don't know if and maybe they didn't feel the degree of risk, although he should have if he'd been questioned. But to say, you know, come with me, the Germans are going to be in the barn and you're going to be right next door to them, and I'm going to keep you, it's a stupid thing to do. So it must have been something really he also was a great patriot. So maybe the patriotism had something to do with it, you know, go against the Germans. I don't know. Now, this subject of why did people act altruistically has been studied, and there are no good answers of specific characteristics of why did people do it.
I'm not going to be true to my word. I'm going to ask you one more question. And we have probably about 7 minutes or so on the tape, okay. So I also want to give you a chance to go back to anything from this tape that you want to do. But let me ask you this. Okay, you might not know why they rescued you, why they did with you. You're right. We really aren't sure of the answers. Have their actions affected you in a way that you can consciously pinpoint and say, I do certain things because of what was done for me?
I don't think so. You know, I get upset, although not very active, of what happens in places like Bosnia. But I think that it would have been without being in that predicament. It is not a repayment type. As I mentioned to you, we always help people when I grew up as a child, so it was just a natural environment. And so, you know, I do not know that I do any more than anybody else, but I try to help the next fellow man.
Okay. Okay, Jack, is there anything from these somewhat disconnected moments and stories we've talked about that you want to elaborate on before we make the move to after liberation?
What did I miss? It's been almost days ago.
Is this picture anything to talk about with any of those stories?
And let me tell you about this picture. After we got liberated, we stayed with my cousin in Pilsner because this was a safer place to be. And through my cousin, we befriended a Russian lieutenant. I think his name was Sasha. Most of them were Sashas. And he was an NKVD or Secret Service guy. And he happens to be Jewish. And he was a great guy to be with. Drunk like you couldn't imagine how much vodka this guy consumed. And for some reason, I do not know how that developed, we got the idea that being with the Russians, they started getting religion's the wrong way, order, government, start to get the place organized. And my father was very concerned that we were going to get caught in this regime that for some reason he didn't like. I had nothing. I had no opinion on the subject. I was ignorant enough and young enough not to have any opinion. So he decided that we were going to move out westward and basically follow the front. And so we moved to Bitham for that purpose, and I'll tell you in a minute is what happened. Anyhow, the way we made a living in Pilsner is by trading with the Russians. And it's incredible the amount of goods that they took out of Germany. It was uninterrupted, 24 hours a day, truck after truck loaded with goodies. Now, it's not pertinent to the story, but it's a neat anecdote. There was a guy, a Russian, who drove the truck, who apparently robbed a jewelry store. He had wristwatches on both arms, all the way up, and an alarm clock all around his belt. And it's just like that, whatever, machinery. I bought a couch for a bottle of vodka. I bought utensils and whatever we needed. That's how we got started. So anyhow, we went into Bitham, and we lived in Bitham. And there I met a German girl. She was a daughter of some professor. She tried to teach me culture. So she tried to teach me literature. And my assignment was to read Anna Karenina, would you believe, from 3rd grade in German. Anyhow, I started learning English night school. I was involved in black market with this guy. His name was Zucker. And we were caught and put in the clink. It just happened to be another hole in the straw. And I do not know who bribed the police, but we got released the very next day. We were just buying from the Germans, clothing. And that's the only way you could really survive for somebody who didn't live there. Now, the other thing about this guy is when we finally decided to leave Bitham and go to the American zone, we were crossing we bribed somebody that took us to an area in the vicinity of the Czech border. And it was a fairly steep hill. And we were climbing this hill, and this poor guy had asthma, and he could not make it. And we had to do a lot to help him out. But we got him through, and we got everybody. We were hugging bushes because we were concerned. I guess we were trying to hide from the Poles. Because once we got to the Czech border, the Czech guard is sitting there with his gun, and he says, go right through. So that's the significance of that picture. I was caught with him, black market, and he was the one that we helped a great deal in getting through. He lived for a long time afterwards.
Okay, we've reached the end of this tape. We'll now take a short break. Thank you.
Wow.
This is the continuation of the Jack Pariser testimony. Okay, Jack, prior to our questioning in the previous tape, and just towards the end, we started getting into, after liberation, what happened to you, where you were. Would you like to pick up with that part of the story?
Sure. Could I, if it's okay with you people, I would like to just simply go through and record the areas which I highlighted. I'm not going to comment on it because if somebody wants to read it in Polish, it's fine. It would take me too long to translate. Would that be okay?
Go ahead.
Okay, we're just going to need to follow this. Okay. Okay, so basically in here it talks about the Jewish businesses. Some more about the Jewish behavior, which is not very complimentary or complimenting. Okay to turn?
Can you give an example?
Well, they're basically saying that they were exploiting the, which we already talked about, which is basically documenting in the book what we said at the beginning.
Okay.
Jews were taking people to court, taking away their properties.
So why did they write this book? Why did he write this book?
Well, this book is basically about the religion in the area. And it says that some self-styled or self-trained poet said that you couldn't finish this without including this section. And I wondered the same reason. Why the book? The book is basically about religion. It's full of crosses and churches, and that's all it talks about. Okay, and here basically is some more discussion on the same type. I'm just going to go through this real quick. Okay. This talks about the pond incident and the extermination on the 12th of Sherpian, 1942, the mass grave. And here it talks about who saved whom. So it's a whole list. It's which Jews were saved, in parentheses, by which Christian. And then it talks about how the Jews were rewarding their rescuers. My father corresponded, and it brings me into the picture at the last point, and I think. And that's basically it. I don't know if there's any more. And then we already saw the picture of the grave, and that's all we need to. I just want to simply point out, if somebody wants to look at it, that the information is there.
Okay.
Okay, so we basically met the Czech soldier who just waved us on. And at that point, we went, I do not know who the organization was. They gave us false papers, loaded us on the train with the instructions, and the Russians come to check the train, you don't understand what they say. And we did that, and we got into Austria, into must have been a castle, because I remember the floor. The floor was just gorgeous tile. And we were there for one night, sleeping on the floor. And then they assigned us to various DP camps. We got assigned to DP camp in Ulm. And forgot what the name of the concern is, and it really doesn't matter. It's former military barracks. And I don't really recall, I think that we ate community kitchen. My mom had a little store of candies, within the room that we had as sleeping quarters. I got a job at a German electric factory wiring electric panels. And then my father heard that there is a school in Munich for ignorant kids like me. And I guess he made arrangements, or he took me to this place. And I remember there was a lady sitting behind a green military type table, taking down the information. Most of the answers was given by my father. And they signed me up, or he signed me up for this school. At the same time, I do not know how that was arranged, but he found a place for me to stay. And he took me to this house, which happens to be the chief of police of Munich. He lost his son during the war, and he had a room, and so he rented me that room. Munich, right after the war, I should tell you, was totally destroyed. There was not a street that you could walk on. At the time when I got there, which was somewhere around 46, early 47. These people that I was staying with fed me supper. I ate breakfast and lunch at school. Now, I must tell you that after the war, you couldn't buy anything in Germany. You either had ration cards, or you belonged to a place like the DP place that they fed you out of community kitchen, or you did black market, or a combination of those things. But stores were non-existent. There were just no stores. So that you could buy any place except with ration cards. Now, being that I was assigned to a DP camp, I could not get ration cards. And I suppose the chief of police must have gotten extra ration cards because he had enough to feed me dinner. And I went to this school which was taught in Hebrew. It was called Hebrew Gymnasium. All the subjects were taught in Hebrew except for English, which was a second language. And I came in, the school was already in session for about 2 or 3 months. In a period of something like 6 months, or close to that, I graduated school, got a diploma from the German Ministry of Culture, and based on that diploma, I was admitted to, I went to Hochschule, which is a technical school. And so it wasn't the best education that you could get, but it was good enough to pass exams. Now, in the process, it's not that I am that much of a genius, but I spent a great deal of time studying. I went to school, I did homework, I ate, and if I got a headache, I went to movies. I went back and studied, and that was my existence for about 6 months. At the end of the 6 months, we graduated. We had I remember an all-night, all of us went to the Alps. We had an all-night, very soul-searching type, very community type, very friend involvement, and it was a great evening. And the next day we all went off in different directions. So this is a picture of at the Alps at that night after graduation. And this is a young lady that went to school with me at the same time, not particularly a girlfriend or anything like that. We were just good friends, as all of us were good friends. There were about 40 of us in that school. I tutored some students, and by the way, many of these students that I was involved with in tutoring lived across the street from Auschwitz. They lived in the barracks. Now this is a camp for Jewish refugees. They lived in the barracks that the SS lived, of Dachau. Not Auschwitz, I'm sorry, Dachau, outside of Munich.
When did they live there?
After the war. So I lived in these, whatever the Kasernen were in Ulm. I went by train on a weekly basis to Munich, where I went to school. On Friday evening or Saturday morning, I went back to Ulm, and back to school Sunday night.
Were you all survivors in this school?
Everyone was a survivor. That's the only, and not only, there were many schools for refugee kids, as we were known, but they were on an ethnic basis. So there was a Ukrainian school, there was a Polish school. We were survivors, Jewish kids. So there was nobody there. There were, this guy survived with his father, I believe, in the Russian zone. This guy is a German guy, Hans. I do not know how he survived. I don't know how she survived either. I don't know the stories how they survived. This guy now lives in San Francisco. I believe she lives in New York. She's she graduated as a newspaper correspondent. Leo works in Israel for the water district. And every one of us, all 40, everyone went to school and everybody graduated college. So it was a really very diligent group of people. Hans, I believe, is in Israel as well.
Do you keep in touch with any of them? Have you?
Well, I need to tell you that for a while I wanted to break with all that was past pertaining to Holocaust and so on. And I paid a great price for it, because I made contact with everybody that I knew in the past. I gave up all the languages that I knew. I spoke 5 languages once upon a time. Not speak, think in 5 languages. And I've given all that up just to become a Yank. And so I went back to when I went back to Israel, I tried to look up all these people, and I looked up Leo, the guy on the right, who was a really good friend of mine, and it was just not there. We were just apart too long.
You mean you met up with him?
Yeah.
What happened?
We had a friendly visit, and I went to his house and so on. I met somebody else who's not on that picture, and I would say about 50% of us went to Israel, and 50%. I was supposed to go to Israel. When school was finished, I had signed up to go to Israel. And had I gone, I would have been on the ship that was caught and turned to Cyprus. I went home to pack, to Ulm, and to say goodbye to my parents. And my mother took out such a fuss. You know, we survived. all of us, and now we're going to break up. I will never see you, blah, 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 blah. And so I did not go to Israel. I stayed to go to... there's lots of anecdotes about my time in the waiting to go to the United States. We're in Bremerhaven, and my father goes to the medical exam, which was necessary in order to go to the United States, and they find something on his lungs, and we're sitting there for many a month. And again, I'm going nuts. I don't have anything to do, so I'm going into the office, and I say, I want a job. They didn't speak English. I didn't speak American. I knew English. So I didn't get the job. So I decided I better learn American. And I need to tell you that while I was in Munich, my favorite pastime was to stand on the streetcar listening to the American soldiers in hopes that I can learn American. And they always stood on the platform, and I stood alongside of them. And here's what I heard when the American soldiers spoke, and they always chewed gum. Invariably, there wasn't one that didn't. And what it sounded to me as a foreigner who knew English fairly well, but not American, sounded like this. Wow, 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 wow. So I never could learn anything from them. So anyhow, what I did is buy a ticket to the movies and read the German subtitles and sat through a cowboy movie 3 or 4 times, and the next day I got a job.
Let me interrupt the story a moment. Something that we didn't talk about earlier, maybe it'll come in here, and then I want you to pick the story up again. Was there ever any talk of going back to Poland, staying in Poland, or was it always...
Never.
Why?
Well, first of all, we had enough of Poland. We knew that Poles were involved in doing a lot of Jews in, including us, twice. I mean, once he didn't take us because he thought he had a gun or whatever the reason was. Once they did turn us in, and we foiled the plot. And we had no relatives there. So either I was going to go to Israel, which was my inclination and my emotional bent. And my mother had brothers and sisters in the United States. So that was her drive. She wanted to unite with her brothers and sisters. And while I'm at it, I should describe to you the journey to the United States. We came in on a military ship. And like any other soldier, we weren't treated badly. It was a military ship. And the seas were quite rough. So most people on that ship, including my mother, were just not mobile at all. They were just sick all that trip. I and a few other little heroes could take the ocean. We had no problems. One day we were crossing the English Channel, and it was really rough. And normally, the chow line, you had to stand in line a long time. That day, there was no problem. You can go 3 times, 5 times through the chow line. Nobody would bother you. I remember they served scrambled eggs and hot dogs. And I and those other heroes got the scrambled eggs and hot dogs. As this is not enough. You know, this is greasy stuff that you eat on a ship. As this were not enough, we sit down and play bridge. That was enough. So we came to the United States, and seeing the Statue of Liberty was really a great lift. Then I got off, I guess it was Ellis Island or wherever the immigrants got off. And my uncle was waiting outside in his black Oldsmobile. And the impression that I had of New York, that it was a very drab, New York Harbor, you know, where you got off. A very drab, lifeless, dull area. There really was just nothing. The comparison to cities that I've been in, it was just so nondescript, so dull. That was the impression I had.
Let me get some detail here. What year was this that you came to the States?
1949.
49, okay. Also, you had originally wanted to go to Israel, so at the time, were you still feeling Jewish by religion, so to speak? Because you mentioned in the other tape that you kind of lost that after a while, or that you fought against it.
That is correct. But, actually that developed, I believe, a little bit later. I didn't have major issues at the beginning. I didn't have any issues at the beginning. What I needed to do is being able to go out with girls, which was a difficult thing to do because you didn't know how to act. For more than one reason, the area I came from was a primitive area. Most of the people I dealt with were sophisticated city people. So even if I didn't go into hiding, I would have been at a disadvantage. But then spending 2.5 years in hiding didn't help much at all, because you didn't see any human beings for all practical purposes except the people that you were there with all the time. So that was one of the issues, learning to get around, learning to speak German, learning to speak Hebrew, and there was a lot to learn. And I really worked very, very hard to learn. For whatever the reason I thought about it, what drove me to learn, I do not know. But I was driven to learn.
Okay, we'll go back to your story. Statue of Liberty. Talk about that. Talk about seeing that.
Well, I didn't know the Statue of Liberty from beans except what I was told. The story behind it. It is a symbol of freedom. And I knew from before the war that Jews who went to America lived well. They were not oppressed. So seeing the Statue of Liberty was a symbol of finally arrived at a place where you could feel free. For instance, when I was in Hochschule, I remember a drafting class I had. Next to me sat a German young person, which I do not know how come he didn't get killed in the war. But and he made some snide remark because I was Jude. And that didn't sit well with me.
You also mentioned you were in Ellis Island.
Well, I assume this is Ellis Island when you come in New York, right?
Could be.
Wherever you come in New York, that you're being processed.
Did you have any fear of being turned back?
No. No. We went, we had the right affidavit. Again, you got to realize, the person who dealt with all that was my father. But I trusted he did the job right. He had a medical problem. They determined there was nothing wrong with his lungs. He used to smoke a lot, so maybe, I do not know what. They approved us to go. And once we were on the ship, you just go until the ship stops and they unload you.
Okay, so now you're in America. How did you adjust to life in America?
Okay. So I had, by the way, a rich uncle who lived in Trenton, New Jersey, and a not-so-rich uncle who lived or aunt, who married a rich uncle, a not-so-rich uncle, who lived in Newark. And the guy who warranted that we wouldn't become a burden on U.S. was I believe, the Trenton uncle. And so when we got off New York, we were first taken to my Aunt Nechi, which lived in Newark. And we had the usual stuff that Jews serve, cold cuts and sweet soda. And after that, we went with my uncle to Trenton. And within a day or so, I got a job at Trenton Tobacco, a wholesale place. I served the counter, and I stocked that stuff. And I believe I was earning $30 a week, which in 1949 was a fairly decent wage. And through my cousin, who is now a physician as well, Erwin Kolb, I met a lot of people, his friends. He had a lawn mowing job, and I did the mowing, he did the collecting. And he got the money, but that was all fine. I was delighted. I had something to do. I could meet people. And I met through him a family. The name was Shoup. The young lady's name was Yanina, and her mother was a psychiatrist at the mental hospital, and her father was a professor at Princeton, professor of mathematics. And they were sort of coaching me. She coached me to go to med school. He coached me to go to university for science. Anyhow, I was going to go for med school. And I applied and took the test. Okay, so I cannot make med school. I can't make pre-med. So how about law? Because this is the thing that the Jewish kid should do, right? I tried that. It wouldn't go. So I finally settled I'm going to go to engineering school. And I applied to engineering school. I didn't pass those tests either. But it was known by my uncle in Newark and everybody else that I want to go to school. So my uncle from Newark comes to Trenton to visit me. By the way, he was in the chicken business, retail chicken business. He comes and tells me, I have a great deal for you. These wholesalers want to increase my business. And they will give me preferential treatment, but they need a person to work for them. And the job, you start at 5 o'clock in the morning or 4 o'clock in the morning, and you work till 8 o'clock, you get $60 a week. You'll be able to go to school during the daytime, you'll do well, and it's really an opportunity you cannot refuse. So that weekend I go with my uncle to Newark. 4 o'clock in the morning, he goes to the chicken market. He introduces me to the owner. And as I'm approaching the chicken market, I see these 4 guys in white coat with clipboards. Nobody has anything to do. They're just standing around. And I say to myself, what's he going to have me do? So my uncle introduces me, and he says, looks good, Sam. Why don't you take him and train him? So I go to work for my uncle 7 days a week, from 4 o'clock in the morning until it's dark, except for Saturday and Sunday. And that no good SOB had the nerve to pay me $25. And I refused the $25. He wasn't very much disturbed. It's okay with him. Want to work for free? It's okay. So the next week, I could no longer be such a knocker because we had to pay deposit for an apartment because my parents were going to move down to Newark. So I had to take his $25. Anyhow, the job was to clean chicken coops, to make out his bills because he was illiterate, to collect the money, to do his bookkeeping, to feed those stupid birds, to pluck them. And I have a weak stomach for smell. I spent a great deal of time outside of his business. And I came home and told my Mom, I have to quit. I can't work for him. And she says, you can't do that. You got to be grateful to your uncle who helped you come out here, which, by the way, was not him. And so, okay. So I worked again. And then one day it was a really bad situation. And I come home and say, Mom, I don't care what happens. I quit. And I suppose my situation is not much different than many other greenies that come into the United States. You have to pay your dues. So I quit, and it was the last delivery of chickens we do to a catering place. It was a distant cousin of ours. And he complains to my distant cousin how ungrateful a guy I am, that I wouldn't work for him. And this guy says, sounds to me like a good deal. So he says, can you polish forks? He says, I don't know, I've never done it. So why don't you try it? So he gave me a test to polish forks. And he hired me on the spot. So now I got a job. And he was hiring me for $30 a week. And my job there was janitor, dishwasher, and general kitchen help. The first week, he cut me a check for $35. The next week, it was $5 more, and so on and so on. And he stopped for a couple of weeks and raised me again. I was now at $60 a week. And I think at that time, I went and spoke to the dean, and the dean of Newark College of Engineering, or currently New Jersey Institute of Technology, admitted me on probation. So I now have a place to go, and I'm earning money, so it's all great. And I started reading the newspaper. I read in the newspaper the minimum wage is $1 an hour. I figured out I work 64 hours a week. He says, he doesn't even pay me minimum wage. I'm better than that. So I go and ask for a raise. Says, no raise. So that evening when he tells me no raise, we negotiated that I will work for him weekends on an hourly basis for $2.50 an hour. I made more in a weekend than I made in the whole week before. And I went to school and I got myself another job at fixing machines in a plastic factory through, by the way, the Jewish organization. And I want to say something in here, just in case I forget. For Jews that have the feeling that when they give charity to some of these organizations, it goes into a rat hole, that it isn't worthwhile. I'm sitting here to tell you that I benefited a great deal from the money that the Jews in America gave. Put me through school. It found me a job. It evaluated my capability and told me never to go to college, which is besides the point. And they fed me. I mean, I'm sure they paid for my trip out here. So I have nothing but the best to say about the Jewish charitable organizations. So anyhow, I got admitted to school, and 4 years after, I got that hat. Graduated fairly well to near the top of the class. And applied for jobs. And got an offer, among others, at Hughes and Autonetics and GE and IBM and so on. But I was so fed up with my parents. You know, it was not an honorable thing to do for a son to leave the parents' home. I was taught. So while I was going to school, I was living with my parents. They had a bedroom and I had a cot in the living room that we unfolded every night. I worked till 12:30 at night. I came home, and normally the next day when I had a test, I tried to study it on the job, which I had lots of time every other night, except before a test. And every machine broke down, and I had to go home and study, and I bitched and yelled and turned off the lights, can't sleep, which is rightly so. So when I graduated, I wanted to be as far away from New York as possible, and California was it. So that's how I came to California. Got a job at Hughes, and X number of years later, in the vicinity of 30, I got retired. And I became more of a do-gooder. I became involved in the ADL, as you know, doing the videotaping of the oral histories. There's some other things that I would like to do. And through it, I was invited once to a dinner in Los Angeles honoring Christian rescuers from Poland. And I will show you the gentlemen that they honored and why they honored them, but we probably won't have enough time. And so last year, in June, they had a conference in Warsaw honoring the Poles as Christian rescuers. And I negotiated with the people who ran the conference that if they do certain things, I will attend. And the certain things was that they would have to give medals to all the people who saved us, and that they would have to invite all those people out to Warsaw. Now, I want to go back for a second and tell you that my father corresponded with both Poremsky and Schwerzak all along and sent them packages and so on, as this book that I showed you said. And I contribute to those packages periodically, but I was not emotionally involved with it whatsoever. My father then died about 4 or 5 years ago. And when he died, I had the urge, when I was sitting in Shiva, that I ought to write to Poland and pick up what happened. Because for about 5 or so years or longer, there was no correspondence between my father and them. My father went to Israel and he wrote some glowing report about Israel, and after this they stopped corresponding. Don't know why. I asked, I didn't receive a satisfactory answer. So I write this letter to Kazimierz Schwerzak, Jadlowa, Poland, and that's all there is because I didn't know any address. Back comes a letter in Polish from Kazimierz Schwerzak telling me, what happened with everybody, where they are. Father has died in 1975 or thereabouts, and They have been trying to get a medal as a righteous Christian for their father, and they've been thwarted in it because they cannot get a testimony from my father. And would I help them with that? So I inquired, and the story was you go to the Israeli embassy and you do this, and I did, and the Israeli embassy didn't do anything. And so finally I went back and researched it, and I got exactly the forms that were necessary, and I filled them out, and I went to the Israeli embassy, and he got his medal. Then I was invited to this Christian rescue dinner, and I found out that if you do the right things, that your rescuers can get a stipend of about $30 a month plus $100 at Christmas time. And I wanted to get them the stipend. So I prepared quite a bit of documentation to do that. And they qualified for the stipend, and I was really very happy about that. And so when this opportunity came up, and I already told you that I was very ambivalent whether I should go or not, but my desire to see them and reward them and honor them, really not reward them but to honor them, was stronger than the fear of being killed. And so we went there, and we had a very warm reunion with the two sons that survived. You know, the oldest Schwertzigs died. The two sons that were alive at the time when we were there, and the four children, the older Poremskis died, and so did Schwerzig. And the four children of Leo, and television, newspapers, you name it. It was just a big hoopla. And then it finally came to the point where they had this session that this gentleman conducted, and I forgot what his name is. He's a really prominent survivor ADLer. I would have to look it up to tell you, unless it says. No, it does not his name. And you see, Jewish Foundation for Christian Rescuers. So it was my turn to say something about the survivors, and I let loose with a speech that was way, way too long. And they were very concerned about the time, but nobody else wanted to say anything, so it worked out fine. And after this young lady, who is the daughter of Czeslava, who is crippled that did not attend, she attended for her, read a poem about the extermination of the Jews of Yalova, which, according to people who know Polish, is a very sophisticated, fine poem. And I would just like to scan down it, and because I will not interpret it, it would take me too long anyhow, and I would not do well. So if you can just scan down that and videotape it. And I learned a lot about that at that conference. There was a guy, Jan Skarsky, I believe is his name, that was the courier to Roosevelt and Churchill. And he was telling what he brought and how nobody did anything about what he brought. And so the myth about, my brother-in-law is a very large liberal and Roosevelt is his God. So if you say anything that Roosevelt did something about not letting the Jews in, he kills you. But he can't kill me anymore.
Jack, I just want for the record to be clear, that was your first trip back to Poland since?
That's right. It was my first trip back to Poland.
Can you talk a little bit about your feelings going back to Poland for the first time since the war?
Well, they are feeling different at different times. The feelings before and at arrival time was a great deal of apprehension. The feeling when we met with the people in the conference, we were at many different tables eating lunch, dinner, and so on. I didn't speak Polish as well, but my sister, who came from Newark, New Jersey, who met us there, spoke Polish very well. But I understand Polish without any difficulty. I just have to translate all the time, so it's a very slow process. These are all people sympathetic to Jews. They were either doing something to hide Jews, to help Jews. And I want to relate to you a exchange that I had with one academic. And she was referring to everybody there who was not Jewish as Poles, and to me as a Jew. And I said, why am I not a Pole? I was born here just like you were. So why am I a Jew and you are a Pole? Why am I not a Pole of the Jewish faith? Like in America, I would be an American of the Jewish faith. So she proceeded to explain to me that Jews are known to be sympathetic to Israel. And therefore they are Jews. And the Christians are Poles. So, you come from the United States, you just don't understand this kind of thinking.
Have you been back since then?
The second time? No. I would not have a great deal of aversion going back if there was a good reason for it, but I would not go to visit. I still would not contribute to the Polish economy by my visiting Poland. If I have a reason to go, I would do so. For a long time, I must tell you, if you ask me, whom do you hate more? The Germans or the Poles? I would not hesitate a second. I would tell you the Poles. Now, this is no longer the case. I really don't hate either one of them too much. But the preference would go towards the Poles because statistics have shown that the Poles had the largest number per capita of Christian rescuers, which was a total surprise to me when I found out at a conference. Okay, let me tell you who these people are. These are the two sons of Poremski. They were there, and we're now in the bus from the conference going to a church where they were going to say Mass for the people who had not survived helping the Jews. So this is the context of it. So, and these two guys, by the way, one of them was 8 and the other one was maybe 4. So they were really not significant as far as helping us. They don't count. Okay. Now, in here are all the people involved in our trip as far as the Schürtzek family is concerned. And let me go through and tell you who they are, if I may. This is Kazik, which I already talked about many, many times. This is Czesława, the oldest daughter, who did cook and bake for us. This is my sister. And I guess flowers given by... This is Marisha, the youngest daughter who hid our food by the pigs. This is the husband of her daughter who's sitting down here. And the two children, this is another daughter. And this is Staszek, the youngest son. And this is somebody visiting. That was taken outside the house when we were ready to leave. And they're good memories, and I'm glad we have that picture. Okay. These are some of the early encounters, and you can see the joy in their faces when we first met. And this is all the same kind of pictures, and people came up and shoved microphones in your face and tape recorders in your face. But there was really a genuine, joyous reunion on their part. And oh my. So, there's really not very much more to say about these pictures. So, there was an article about this reunion in the Polish press and the television, so it did for them a great deal of... This is my daughter Linda, and as you can see, got tears in her eyes. And that is me, again, part of the same reunion, just standing aside. And this is my sister and Staszek being interviewed, and he kept on saying, I just cannot get over it. That's how you grew and how you became a mensch. All right, now, as I told you, that part of our deal was to get medals for all these people. This is the Israeli ambassador to Poland, to Warsaw, who gave some really neat speeches about why these people are entitled to the medals. This is the same gentleman that I was telling you were in the session. You already met her. She's the daughter of Czeska that got a medal. Many people either got medals or they got honorary citizenship to Israel. And this in here, the same thing, the ambassador gives it to Kajik. And so that really made me feel really good and proud that we were able to do this. And they rushed those medals really hard. I met the guy who studied the case, and he said that it was one of the more joyous cases to have worked on.
And that was your doing, getting the medals?
Yeah. So this is more of the Israeli ambassador. This is Marisha with the professor. His name is Misiuno, who injected himself with a virus that the Jewish girls had that worked for him, in order for him to get medicine to save the Jewish girl. He's the guy whose dinner I went to in Los Angeles.
Could you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, the Germans had a what's it called? A rabbit farm, because they needed to grow fur for the soldiers, and they had Jewish girls working there. He was the manager of that farm. One of the Jewish girls contracted some disease, which was some kind of virus, and in order to do this, it was necessary to get medication. So he injected himself with her blood to get the virus, so that he would get the prescription that he shared with the Jewish girl. And for this he was honored. Basically a miniature Schindler. It's quite a few girls in there. Okay, this is what the medal looks like, and this is the only thing significant, and it was given to the oldest son for his father, not for them, because they are totally out of the picture, and my sister and his wife in here.
And they're out of the picture because they were too young?
Because they were too young. In order to, they would have actually had to participate and be at least over 10 years old at the time when this happened. Now, this is an interesting story. This is the church we went to say Mass, which in itself is not very important. What is important, when we walked out, on the back wall, as you walk out, it has this plaque on the wall. And let me tell you what it says, because I was struck about, and it says, many that have fallen in saving Jews, and they don't say Jews, our brothers, the Jews. And the word brothers in Poland, a Pole to call a Jew a brother was just blew me away, because that's not heard of. So that's why that's there.
And where's the church?
In Warsaw. And this is the church, by the way, that was sort of attached to the Warsaw Ghetto. It was part Warsaw Ghetto, part outside of the ghetto. Okay? So.
Okay.
Okay, this is basically a picture which is of very little significance, except it was Friday night, and there was a Jewish restaurant in Poland, a kosher restaurant, that, as you can see, we have challah and wine and all this stuff for a typical Shabbat dinner in Warsaw. By the way, they have a synagogue in Warsaw, which is a conservative synagogue, and a Jewish theater, and all this good stuff. Okay, coming back to, so we went from Warsaw to Krakow and Auschwitz, and from there we went off to Jodlowa to meet all these people that I've already shown you. And I want to go back, and we already know this, but what I want to tell you about, that this monument was erected by the people from Jodlowa, and they have some kind of a code, which I don't know what it is, an acronym. It is maintained from every time I got pictures, and I've been there, with flowers. It's immaculate. It's got stone around here and a granite type, and it's maintained by the Boy Scouts and high schoolers of Jodlowa, which I thought again was and my daughter in here taking pictures, and Marisha again.
Okay.
So
I think we have a few more pictures. I don't know what our time's like.
okay, and in here, my sister is lighting a candle, and then we said Kaddish over there, and left that place, and then we went to the cemetery of Leo, We again set Kaddish over his grave. My sister and Leah and Linda went to find the Jewish cemetery, which, by the way, was fairly much decimated. You can see some stones here or there. Now, this is the grave of Leo, which you really cannot tell, and it's not very much significant. On the video that I will give Steve to edit, there are good pictures of his grave embedded while we're saying Kaddish and all that stuff. So this is really very significant. Okay. Now, I should tell you that the people whom we visited, especially the house of Czeslava, they were really, really poor. You can see by the house and everything else. And they set up a table and made food for us, which must have set them back at least 3 months' worth of supply. And this is the table before we started eating.
Okay, there's, because we have about 15 minutes or so, and there are a couple of the things I do want to talk about. There's
So these are pictures of the wall of the Warsaw Ghetto and the outline of the ghetto, which either one of those, I guess this is the better picture. And the Warsaw Ghetto was huge. And this is the only standing wall of that commemoration.
Okay, Jack, there's one other picture I want to get to, and if there's time, we'll get to some others, because there are 2 other points I want to cover.
Okay.
If we have a chance to switch pictures,
Please do.
I wonder if you could talk about these photos.
Okay, this is a photo of barracks in Auschwitz. And Auschwitz, not Birkenau. And Barrack 14, I believe, is the barrack that they had a tribunal, which they tried inmates, most of them Jews. I was told by the Polish guide, that was an excellent guide, that nobody came out of that tribunal as not guilty. And part of this barrack in the tribunal, they had torture chambers, they had rooms that were about 2 foot square, that were tightly shut, with very little air. They put people in there, 1 or more, and they stayed there until they basically died from suffocation, standing up.
Okay.
Okay, now, this is a picture of the Warsaw Ghetto Monument. And I got to tell you that, first of all, it's a very impressive picture. You can feel the pain from the faces of the people, from the way they hold their hands. You can also feel their pride in fighting in the Warsaw Ghetto. It was, for me, a very emotional picture. Lots of pain, lots of pride. And you can't see the detail, women, children.
Okay, before we do more photos, I want to ask you, and there's a photo in there with your daughter at Auschwitz. I don't know if we got it or not. Mm-hmm. But I want to ask you, because this came up in the course of your talking. Obviously, you married, you had children, and obviously your daughter and Leah, your wife, accompanied you on at least this trip. What has it been like for them over the years dealing with a survivor, and what's it been like for you as a survivor dealing with them?
I had made it a point for a large number of years not to acknowledge the fact that I am a survivor. So at home, for example, you would not see any artifacts of the Holocaust. You would have not found me watch movies on the Holocaust. You would not find me read books about the Holocaust. When my youngest daughter, Sandy, needed to do a report for school on the Holocaust, she came to me and I would not talk to her. So she went to my father and got the story. So I think, unlike many of the children of survivors that complain that their parent says, "You owe it to me, I suffered for you," I don't think my kids could complain about that.
Why did you do that?
I think my major motivation is that I wanted to put the Holocaust behind me. I didn't want to deal with it. It was too painful, and it still is. So I just didn't want to deal with it. I didn't need to deal with it. And I guess I watched when the revisionists became active, that's what turned me around. I was just not going to let them get away with that.
Well, let me ask this other question, because maybe you're answering this already. You've done so much in the area of Holocaust studies, all of us who know you. You head this project, this whole interview. We wouldn't be sitting here if it weren't for you doing this project.
And a lot of other people, including yourself.
Well, thank you, but you've given so much of yourself to go through all this pain again, interview after interview, and now your own interview. Why? Why do you go through all this?
Well, the interview in general of other people is because I think we need to accumulate as much evidence as we can. My own interview for the second time is a lot has happened to me as a person in terms of growth, in terms of what I can talk about, what I cannot talk about, and my attitude change towards the rescuers, specifically the Polish rescuers, that I wanted to revise the record. Now, perhaps it would have been a lot shorter if we just added to the previous interview. But, as you know, I was the first one, I was the guinea pig to start this project because nobody wanted to go ahead. So, does that answer your question?
Yeah. Do you feel it answers it?
Yeah, that's basically, I talked to myself as I was preparing for this interview. I have to be crazy on two accounts. To want to do this interview again, and to want to have a bar mitzvah next year. I must be a glutton for punishment.
I don't know.
Because, I don't think too well.
Well,
and
I disagree with that. We have about 5 minutes, and I know you might have some things you want to wish to add as a closing remark. So with that time frame, you want to talk about some other photos before we leave?
I want to tell you that the monument, the Warsaw Monument, or the Warsaw Ghetto Monument, is not just one statue as you saw. It is in a large place, scattered with a number of sort of stepping stone monuments that have the message. And then finally they take you to the point of embarkation, which is a very, very impressive monument, where they loaded people on the cattle trains. And you go through this, you can feel what was happening in Warsaw. And why the world was standing by and idly and not letting as many Jews out as possible, I still don't understand. I don't think I'll ever will understand. Nor do I understand that's why we're doing this today all over again, to just maybe, people who are being tortured and killed in a less systematic way. There's one thing I want to point out to you. My specialty in engineering is system engineering, and system engineering deals with the big gestalt. And so I looked at the Holocaust from the point of view of system engineering. And I think that the Germans have done such a remarkable job on system engineering the Holocaust that it's incredible. Whether they had done this by design from day one, or whatever the reason, they started out doing the wrong right things. It was the improper thing to do, but they did it right. To instill a lot of fear in people, to relocate people, to uproot people, to make them pliable, so they can do with them later as they wish to do. Then they set up the whole mechanism, the whole machinery, for killing people, first not as efficiently, then they put into the gas chambers, and providing the living conditions, either injecting typhoid or diet that people would die and basically help the extermination. That is remarkable to me for a cultured nation like Germany to have devoted that energy to something that evil is just beyond me. Okay, if I may shift, I'd like to tell you about what is happening right now. As you already know, that we're involved with the Holocaust thing, and I want to now introduce you to the rest of the new family, the American side. You met Leah as the bride. This is now Leah as the grandma. The grandchild over there, Samantha, which at this point is probably 2 or 3 years old. My daughter Linda, that was in Auschwitz with us, by the way, had a very hard time coping with what was going on. And if you had asked me, of the 3 children that I had, which one would go with me to Poland, I would have first told you none. And the last one I would say would be Linda. In the order of the likelihood would have been Sandy, Eric, Linda. Yet Linda was the one that totally voluntarily, without my asking or prodding her, volunteered to go with us. And it was a great emotional sacrifice. This is Scott, that's Sandy's husband. And this is Eric. And I must tell you that Eric is no longer with us. He died of AIDS in April this year. So, I miss him a lot. Okay? Very proud of every one of them in there. I think we're doing quite well as a family.
Okay, this concludes our interview. On behalf of the Holocaust Oral History Project of the Orange County Anti-Defamation League, again, we thank you very much, and we sincerely appreciate your time and effort. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shalom.
Appreciate it. Appreciate the opportunity and all your hard work.
You too.